Again, now's the time for public comment on item 3, non-agenda matters. A countdown timer will appear before you for the convenience of the speaker and the viewers. The first speaker will be acknowledged and invited to speak. When the countdown begins, please make sure to unmute yourself when you are invited to do so. Your microphone will be muted at the end of that countdown. Mayor, I'm seeing no hands raised on non-agenda matters. Are you okay if I move forward to the voice message public comment?
Please do, thank you.
Now we do have a hand raised. So the first public comment will be from Leslie. Leslie, I have enabled your speaking permissions. Can you please unmute your microphone and confirm you can see the timer on the screen?
I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank you very much. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
Thank you. My name is Leslie Graves, and thank you, Mayor, and the rest of the Public Safety Subcommittee for having this opportunity to address a non-agenda item. I currently serve as the co-vice chair of the Community Advisory Board, and at our last meeting, we had a very robust public comment session. I wanted to bring some of those issues to light. I know that the rest of the nation, as well as ourselves, were grappling with some of these issues around defunding the police and also resulting reforms. I believe in our meeting, from just kind of a overview of some of the issues that were brought up, that I can safely say that the public does not understand, and neither do I, some of the definitions that the police use and some of their use of force. We asked the question around de-escalation and what the definition of that is. And I believe the public and the police department and the police officers do have a very different definition of de-escalation. And so going forward, I request that the police department and or our communications team at the city make a concerted effort online to actually define some of the policies and some of the uses of force that the police department make. Also, there was a call for greater consistency among all law enforcement officers in Sonoma County. As you know, the County Board of Supervisors just put the Evelyn Cheatham ordinance on the ballot for November 3rd. I would ask, as does some of the community members who came to the last Community Advisory Board, for a joint power agreement between the city and the county for the office of the Iolero and for a Citizens Advisory Committee so that we have true independent oversight. I know that the city is looking to hire an auditor for the police department, and that position may be filled in 2021. And as that vote comes to the public in November, the result of that vote, I hope that the city will pursue a greater cooperative venture with the county. Also, it was recommended by many community members for us to listen to and discuss the Human Rights Commission report, and I hope that the City Council will take that information after our August meeting and also discuss that report. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Leslie. The next public comment will be from Joe Bell. Joe Bell, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Please unmute your microphone and confirm you can see the timer on your screen.
Hello?
Hi, Joe Bell. Hi, Joe Bell. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Thank you. Yes, thank you very much. Can you see the timer on your screen?
No, I cannot, but that's okay. I just want to make a quick note to you guys. I spent until 1:30 in the morning last night trying to get your Zoom link to work so I could share it with people so they could join this meeting. And your system is very archaic and the Zoom links do not work. I would very much appreciate if you guys could include a Zoom link that actually is clickable, works, or because this feels like you're trying to not have people join the meeting because I'm somebody who's very involved. And if I can't get into the meeting, then a lot of other people can't. So you guys need to figure out a new system to help inform people of how to log into this meeting virtually, since that is what most people do want to use. And that's it.
Thank you. The next public comment will be from Sophia. Sophia, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Please unmute your microphone and confirm you can see the timer on your screen.
I can indeed. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank you very much. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
My name is Sophia Farrar, and I just wanted to dovetail off of what Joe just mentioned. I also am someone who's quite involved in the community these days and didn't even know about this meeting until early this morning. It isn't well documented and publicized within the community like the SoCo board is, and they also have a clickable Zoom link. And I think that's so important to make the community feel like their voices matter, is to have that clickable Zoom link and publicize the fact that we're able to join in this meeting without having to go look for it and be told about it at the last minute. Just a suggestion, and hopefully you'll comply with including us more easily in the future. I yield my time.
Thank you, Sophia. The next public comment will be from Eric, followed by Charlotte. Eric, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Can you please unmute your mic and confirm you can see the timer on your screen?
I can see the timer. Thank you.
Thank you. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
Eric Frazier, thank you very much for allowing me to comment. I too have had problems getting in today's meeting from a defective Zoom link. And like the previous two speakers, I am also invested in making sure that the public is protected with transparency and access. So I find this highly offensive, and given the fact that some of the substance in today's meeting has to do with data, and that data also is very obfuscated and practically meaningless. This stuff adds up to where it looks like you're really purposely trying to keep the public away from these meetings. And it does stand in stark contrast to the county to some degree. So I would suggest, because the defects are so extensive in getting the public involved, that perhaps you should postpone this meeting because of those defects to a week in the future or a few days in the future, whatever's legally compliant. But I call upon the chairman of the subcommittee to make the right move and make sure that access by the public and transparency is preserved. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next public comment will be from Charlotte. Charlotte, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Can you please unmute your mic and confirm you can see the timer on your screen?
I can see it. Thank you.
Thank you. Please identify yourself for public record if you choose, and your time begins now.
Okay, my name is Charlotte Borg. I'm a longtime resident of Santa Rosa. I'm speaking today just to call attention to a couple things. First of all, I believe the meeting date for this meeting was misidentified in, I think it was the CAC meeting on Monday, as being on August 5th at 2 p.m. I tried to get some clarification on that during that meeting and was not answered. So I think there just was some confusion on the part of the public about when this meeting was taking place. I'd also like to call attention to the fact that the agenda items today have very minimal descriptions again, just the same as last time. And as well, the finalized presentation for item 4.1 was not available until yesterday. I know there were multiple versions, but the final version was not available till yesterday. I understand that this is a busy time, but the public would be very much appreciative if you gave this subcommittee the same attention that other meetings get. Thank you so much. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. The next public comment will be from Accountability. Accountability, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Please unmute your microphone and confirm you can see the timer on your screen.
I can. Thank you for resetting it.
Thank you. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
It took me a long time. Just wanting to add to the voices that this is a very difficult meeting to get to, despite me having all the information and the energy to do so. If I can make a suggestion to kind of not just, beat a dead horse, but something as simple as a Twitter with these links would just be very simple and something that it could be easily done. This is not a hard barrier to get to. Thank you for your time.
Okay, we will be now moving forward to the voice message public comments.
This is Executive Order N2520 and N2920. My name is Hugh Holzapfel. I'd like to leave a message to the City Council. This message is against defunding or reallocation any monies from the police budget to other resources. Rank and file officers should be increased, given the property damage and riots during the less than peaceful protests. Rank and file officers should be increased since they are already below staffing levels. Abdicating authority by taking a knee to appease rioters and looters by a leader only gives protesters more power. I find it appalling that two high-ranking ex-law enforcement officers would even entertain such a ludicrous thought to defund, knowing full well that officers go through on a daily basis during normal times. These rank and file officers work hard to stop this, to keep the city safe, and two council members in particular have benefited from their dedication. Words of appreciation and praise are only platitudes if not reinforced by positive action. Do not defund. Show some grit and stand up to these activists and let them know your decision will be based on protection and welfare for all citizens. Thank you very much.
Hello, this is Maxine Lavin. I'm a registered voter, live in Santa Rosa, California. And I don't have a number, but I'm calling to say that I do oppose any defunding of the police department. I think that would be a terrible mistake. We need the police department, the firefighters, particularly think of what they did during the fires in October 2017. We didn't need less police officers or firefighters. We needed more. So again, I'm in opposition to any defunding of police. And it's Maxine Lavin. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Patrick Rutten. I live in Santa Rosa, and I've been a resident for close to 25 years. I'm commenting on Public Safety Subcommittee 10-111. I do not want to see any reduction, anything further in reducing the police department's budget. I am fed up with seeing people walking around in Rincon Valley with F12 on them and finding out that that really means F the police. There is absolutely no justification for reducing Chief Navarro's budget when in fact he has been anything but a supporter of trying to do the right thing. He's a good man. He's got a good department, and the city is trying to run him into the ground based on nothing, absolutely nothing. The department is well run, and frankly, the city wants to keep this up. You'll see Chief Navarro and other officers retire, and then good luck trying to build a police department with nobody. So I support the law enforcement of this city. It needs more, not less. And frankly, quit trying to be politically correct, which is all this really is. I support Blue Lives Matter. I support all lives matter. So please do not reduce the city's police department budget any further. Thank you.
All right, Mayor, that concludes the voice message public comments. And I'm going to turn it over to our recording secretary, Liz LaCursey, to read the email public comments received.
Thank you. Thank you. Support county law enforcement. In our family, we strongly support all law enforcement. We think our community leaders should be able to progressively, proactively, and in a professional manner commit right now to do this also. If not, we think you should think twice about who will be there when a family needs a domestic violence call, when the homeless need to be moved again, when the drug addict overdoses. Of course, nobody even remembers any real crime, right? That does not happen. How about when there is another fire? You all expect our law enforcement to leave their families again for us? Right now, their morale is so low, I would not come if I was them. The people who run our wonderful city of Santa Rosa, please, please do not let them take any money away from law enforcement. Give more money to help them, to get them more resources, more training. These are the people who can really do the job. Again, I say, who is going to do it then? Who is going to protect us, serve us? You? I know I can't. Please listen, you know what the right thing to do. Born and raised Santa Rosan of 62 years, Joan Marie Franklin. With all the problems the city is having, I don't understand why anyone would be in favor of defunding law enforcement. We have transients, addicts stealing and vandalizing property, dangerous fires being set by illegal campers trespassing on our private property, rioters terrorizing neighborhoods and damaging private property, drug needles being left all over town where children can come across them, and much more that is destroying our community. Stop listening to the criminals and enablers who don't really care about Santa Rosa. They just want the right to do whatever without regard for the rest of us. If you move to decrease funding of law enforcement, you will see our city devolve into a cesspool of filth and violence. Rich. Please be encouraged. There are many citizens who appreciate you. I was able to express my gratitude face-to-face with one officer today, but since I cannot meet with each one of you in person, I would like to use this opportunity to let you know that you are appreciated very much. The school program is vital to helping youth understand who you really are, that you are here to protect and keep people safe. Please continue this program if at all possible. Thank you for serving our community. We need you. Sincerely, Janelle Ogg. I am writing in total support of our law enforcement. I have lived in Santa Rosa since 1986, and I am a tax-paying citizen. I vehemently oppose any defunding, reduction, or however you may want to try and spin it this week if our resources of staff. You should be increasing it instead. Crimes have increased. The homeless situation is completely out of control. More than once, I have had run-ins with the homeless, including one going through my garbage can. You need to stop tying law enforcement's hands and give them the tools to protect us. This is ludicrous. Voting to reduce or defund or diminish will further harm us. You are being negligent and you are putting the citizens, the ones you work for, in further danger. You should pay special attention to the grand jury report and address their concerns expressed therein. Thank you, Kristen Musante. As a Santa Rosa resident and part of a family of 6 in our community, I am very concerned about the safety of our community. Firstly, I realize that there is room for change within the police force, and we must seriously address racial prejudices that exist. but we also need to be aware of our own unique community, its cultural heritage and history of solid, trustworthy policing from within our community. Simply using a broad brush approach of defunding the police will inevitably make this town less safe for all. These committee meetings, although an opportunity for public input, are not well publicized within the community of Santa Rosa. I'm greatly concerned that these meetings and the mechanisms in place to inform our city council of concerns on the vital community-wide issues are only known to a small portion of the residents. When discussing matters such as defunding the Santa Rosa Police $1.1 million, there should be significantly more public input, and the mechanism for this should be publicized to a far greater extent than other issues. This is, after all, about the safety of our community as a whole. It is amazing to me that only a few months prior to the demonstrations in Santa Rosa, police were being hailed as heroes for helping Santa Rosa safely evacuate and protecting our homes from looters. They always respond quickly and professionally when there is danger in our community, and during the previous firestorms, they were also the ones putting their own lives in danger by driving into remote properties and alerting residents and neighbors and pulling them to safety without fear for their own lives. There are many other stories like this. I plead with you as a city council members to proactively attain far greater community awareness and input on these critical issues. Thank you, Louise Clark. I'm a Sonoma County resident. With all the tragic events in the county, starting with the 2017 fires, I try my hardest to shop and eat local. This means I go to Santa Rosa a lot. I have been appalled by the homeless situation that has been increasingly emboldened to the point that Santa Rosa no longer feels safe. Me, go by myself to a friend for dinner in downtown? No way. We need more patrols, not less. We need to deal with the homeless living on the sidewalks and sleeping in the doorways. We need to have improved lighting in the downtown area. The downtown could be charming. It used to be. Instead, over the past few years, I have seen it become the underbelly as the day turns to night. Tax-paying citizens matter. We pay taxes to keep the city safe, keep criminals where they belong, in jail, not living on the streets. I support the downtown merchants, and they matter. Do your job and protect and serve this community, the one that pays for everything, the one that supports everyone. Thank you, Debbie Moore. To be added to the public record for any upcoming agenda items pertaining to the funding of law enforcement departments in Sonoma County and its communities, including my own community in the city of Santa Rosa. Please do not cut funding to our local law enforcement agencies. A decrease in funding will have tremendous economic effects on the various levels throughout our community. It will result in a direct decrease in tourism, an industry already badly damaged due to COVID-19, and ultimately a decrease in tax revenue. Tourism is vital to our local economy, and without a fully funded police department, we will see tourism decline and social problems increase. Is the answer to curing COVID-19, which is hurting millions of people around the world and in our community, to defund medical research? Of course not. We are throwing billions into medical research in search for cures, treatment, and supplies. Similarly, the answer to social issues currently facing our community and police department is not to cut funding, but rather the answer is to increase funding to law enforcement in order to resolve these issues. Thank you for your consideration in this matter, Lisa Brown. That concludes the public comment.
Okay, thank you for that. And just in regards to some of the comments about the difficulty and the challenges with the Zoom format, staff will be looking into that. And I apologize if there is any miscommunication in that. We'll be making sure that will not happen at our next meeting. So thank you for giving us that feedback. On to item 4, new business. Item 4.1, Police Captain John Cregan will be making that presentation.
Yeah. Yes, Mayor, I think we're getting Captain Cregan on right now, but just to start off, Rainer Navarro, Chief of Police, we did some legwork on looking at some of the alternative models to address homelessness and mental illness, and Captain John Cregan has done the majority of the legwork on that. So he's going to be providing the first agenda item presentation.
Hi, John. I have enabled your speaking permissions. You should be able to unmute your mic and proceed. I'll put the slideshow up momentarily.
All right, I'm here. I'll wait for the slideshow to come up, but I'll kind of set the stage as we're going forward. So I'm gonna dive deep into the CAHOOTS program based in Eugene, Oregon. And for the benefit of all of the staff and those listening from the community, I've done an extensive amount of research on this, and I've met with command staff members virtually from Eugene Police Department and from one of the co-directors of the CAHOOTS program in Eugene. And we're able to get a lot of data, kind of diving deeper than to what's is publicly out there. So when we get this slideshow up, I'll start going through some of that stuff with you.
Hi, John. Your slides are up.
Okay. And then can we go to the next slide here? All right, so this will kind of kick this off. So like I said, for most of you are familiar with the basics of the CAHOOTS program, but CAHOOTS is based in Eugene, Oregon, and it stands for the Crisis Assistance Helping Out on the Streets. And this is run through a local nonprofit there. This is an agreement between the city of Eugene and an adjoining municipality that's separate and distinct of Springfield, Oregon. And the Whitebird Clinic is a nonprofit organization there who administers this program with funding from both of those cities right there. And they specialize in these social service type calls, which we're gonna go into a little bit more in depth in some of the other slides. To kind of set the stage a little bit for the city of Eugene, it's very similar to the city of Santa Rosa. So it has a population of approximately 172,000 people. Their police department there in the city of Eugene is similar to the city of Santa Rosa. Actually, uniquely enough, their calls for service last year were almost identical. So in 2019, the Eugene Police Department had 137,088 calls for service. And in 2019, the Santa Rosa Police Department had 137,000 calls, 690. So we had just 602 more calls in them, but very close for the two cities. One unique difference is the city of Eugene has approximately 212 sworn officers. With some of our recent budget reductions, we're down to 177 sworn officers. So that does give a different level of service between the two different cities. But other than that, they're very similar organizations. So we'll start diving a little bit deeper into the CAHOOTS program, and in talking to them, Eugene is a very progressive city, and they actually started the CAHOOTS program, they're in their 31st year. So it started with just one person. It has grown tremendously over the years, and now it's a very successful program that they have there, which is now providing 24/7 coverage in the city. So, and the car is made up, and it has, I don't have any pictures here in this slide, but they have two of these vans. They're not marked with any city insignia or police department signs. They don't wear uniforms representing the police department at all. They wear just polo shirts saying the CAHOOTS. They have a police radio, and they're able to communicate with the police dispatch, but they don't wear any weapons. They don't even have pepper spray. They're just a non-uniform, separate entity from the police department that responds to thousands of calls for service in their city every year. For their budget for this year, for 2019 fiscal year, they had just over $1.04 million for the program. And the city also provides their fleets of their two vans, including the maintenance, gas, and other associated fleet costs for just over $122,000 a year that they spend. In the CAHOOTS cars, what you have is you have a nurse or an EMT who work in the vehicles, and they also have a mental health clinician. So normally they're staffed with two, and you have that EMT and a mental health clinician. They'll respond to these calls, and they get dispatched to Eugene PD, and they'll respond out to them, and they actually do the transportation themselves in their van, and will transport people to detox centers, to hospitals, and to crisis stabilization units. Let's go to slide 2, and we'll talk a little bit more about the scope of their work that they do. So the scope of their work is actually quite expansive, and these are just some of the highlights of the things they do from talking to the staff from both Cahoots and Eugene PD. So the first ones we go to, and I'll try to put in a little bit of context, is responding to any intoxicated persons or people under the influence of controlled substance. So an example like this would be of just getting a call from a business owner of an intoxicated subject on 4th Street downtown. And if there's no weapons involved and no violence involved or aggressive behavior, then a police officer won't respond to it. It'll get dispatched through Eugene PD to the Cahoots car. The EMT and the mental health clinician will respond to that scene. They'll contact the subject. They'll evaluate the subject. If they need medical assistance, they'll transport them to the hospital themselves if it's non-emergency care. So if it's something that's an acute emergency, then they'll call medical response and fire to the scene. But if it's a minor medical issue, they'll take them to the hospital themselves. If it's someone who's just intoxicated, they'll take them to our local detox center that we have right here in Santa Rosa, and they would handle that call with the contact and the transportation completely on their own. The other one would be now responding to calls for people who are struggling with a mental health crisis. So if you get a call of a suicidal, example would be of a suicidal teenager at their house who's having some issues at home or issues at school, and they're expressing suicidal thoughts to whether online or to a family member. If there's no weapons involved and no violence at that time at the house, then the Eugene Police Department would dispatch Cahoots. The Cahoots units would show up to that call. They would make contact with the subject. They would spend time evaluating whether this is whether something we can put on a 5150 hold. And for a little bit of clarity on that, and 5150 hold here in California has 3 prongs. If you're a danger to yourself, a danger to others, or if you're gravely disabled, in other words, unable to care for yourself or be able to have the mental capacity to care for yourself, that you can be put on an involuntary 72-hour hold for psych services and to help you kind of get through the crisis and to be able to set you up for success. They have the ability to put people on these 5150 holds and to be able to transport them to their crisis unit in their county. The next one is assisting with emergency shelter resources. So these are some things like maybe that Red Cross would respond to at a fire, or some of the things that we're getting through like our Social Advocates for Youth and the Buckaloo House that we have here in some of the programs, but they could assist people in a moment of crisis of getting some immediate shelter. Another one that's really important, and we go to quite a few of these calls, are welfare check calls. So this could be, I haven't heard from my grandmother in 3 or 4 days, and she always answers her phone. So if there's no crime suspected, then they would go complete these welfare checks, or whether it just be a disoriented person walking downtown or a local park. And it's just a simple check the welfare. Like, I'm not really sure if this person's okay. If none of these other factors are present, the Cahoots team would respond, would be able to make contact with this individual, provide resources, and see what needs assistance they need, whether it be medical care, whether it be a detox center, whether it be mental health support, or whether it be just someone to talk to. The Cahoots team has the capacity to do that. The next one is person in needs of immediate shelter. So this would be something has a lot of like nexus to what the HOST program does now, but helping with homeless resources and helping those in the community. And talking with the Cahoots director, this is something that they don't have the capacity and the time to go out to large homeless encampments and just do contacts. But it's something that they have the desire to do, which is they just don't have the staff and the capacity to do it at this time. But if they do get calls regarding subjects out on the street, or if it's one of these other contacts, whether it be someone who's intoxicated or mental health, they will work with some of their local nonprofits and the systems they have in place there in Eugene to provide shelter to these individuals. Another important one that I think will be of relevancy to the fire department at the AMR that we have here locally is a request for non-emergency medical evaluations. So again, the key to this isn't someone who has significant injuries, any type of trauma or acute medical issues, but simple non-emergency things, and they could even transport people to local hospitals. And this is where they start doing things that are really kind of out of the scope of the work of the police department or the fire department, but definitely provides a service to their community. So they'll transport people to get their prescription drugs refilled. They'll transport people to doctor's appointments. They'll even transport people like to Social Security to help them through some of the things and help them with some of their everyday life. But the goal is that if they're filling their prescription meds and they're not going to go into some of these crisis situations later, if they're going to their doctor's appointments, if they're getting some of their Social Security or other assistance or getting these funds, that it has kind of that upstream approach of them never going to that crisis situation, which is important. The next one is delivering emergency or death notifications. So this is something that police officers will go to here in Santa Rosa. If it's a local death, then the Sonoma County Coroner's Office will usually make those notifications. But if it's a out-of-county death, then they'll request an officer to respond out to the scene and make these notifications. And Cahoots will actually go out there, and it'll be nice. Currently, we go with like a chaplain that an officer will bring out to them to provide some of this assistance. But there would certainly be a benefit of having a mental health clinician there on the scene and be able to provide that, which is obviously a traumatic moment for many family members to get that call. Another one they go to is transporting juveniles. So they'll transport juveniles from their local juvenile hall to emergency shelters and to several of programs they have that are kind of similar to what we have here with Social Advocates for Youth programs, and they'll help transport some of those things. Some of the things I don't have in the slides, they'll go to calls like found hypodermic needles in a park. They will send Cahoots out to pick up some of those. And some of these, when talking to the Cahoots staff, they don't always have the capacity to go to these because they only have the 2 cars per day. So they have one car that's there 24/7, that's going to be there around the clock, but it's just one car. And then now just this year, the program has grown. They have a second car that's from 8 o'clock in the morning till 2 a.m. So those are their peak hours. And then so they have 2 units that are available to respond to these crises. He told me sometimes the calls will stack up 6 to 10, and at times they won't have the availability and they'll have an officer have to go to these calls, but they do everything they can to be able to handle all the calls within the city of Eugene that meet this scope of work. Let's go to the next slide then, if you don't mind. So this is the slide. It really helps us to put this in perspective. And there's a lot of information on social media and some of the things that you can see about the Cahoots program. But it's been certainly a learning opportunity for me of kind of diving deeper into this, past just some of the anecdotal information that's put out. And by talking to the Eugene Police Department commander who runs this program, and then also talking to the director of Cahoots, I was able to get a lot more information and understand how it would work here, right here in our community. So the important one to understand is like we talked about, they don't have any weapons. They don't have any type of defensive tactics training. So that's not the type of call they respond to. So if the call does have any indication of violence, of weapons involved, of an aggressive person, then the Cahoots team won't respond. But there still is the ability to do kind of what we do already here in Santa Rosa, is that the police can respond, can stabilize the situation. And once things are calm, then they will actually call in the Cahoots team. So it's important just to note that. And the same thing for the fire department, that they'll respond to these minor emergency calls, but if it's something of significance, then it's going to call in the fire department or the local ambulance service there to be able to provide that. Also, when you look online, it's important for us to just kind of note. So there's some information saying that Cahoots went to 24,000 calls last year for Eugene. But when you start getting a little bit more information, the reality is the 24,000 is between Eugene Police Department and then separately the Springfield Police Department. But those are separate and distinct municipalities. And so it's difficult to put those stats together. They just happen to all be run under the same nonprofit. So where I focused on for my study was Eugene Police Department, because it very closely matches here the city of Santa Rosa. So in 2019, they went to Cahoots, handled approximately 18,000 calls for service. But it's important for us, just for full transparency, to kind of dive a little deeper into those numbers. And some of those calls are what we talked about, of providing services that really aren't police call services, of transporting someone to get their prescription medication, transporting someone to a doctor's appointment, doing secondary appointments and following up with someone who they have been working with to make sure that they're taking their meds and they don't need assistance. So looking at those 18,000, Cahoots responded to approximately 5,600 of those. Just over 5,600 were these public assist calls involving counseling, non-emergency medical, or general services that Eugene Police Department said, well, these wouldn't be police calls that they would go to. And then another 5,200 of those were welfare checks where they're going out, talking to people, checking up on them, following up again. So again, those weren't ones that the Eugene Police Department felt that they would send an officer to. So it's just over a little bit of 10,000 of those calls. They went out of those 1,800, another 4,600 were transports, transporting people to doctor's appointments, transporting people to resources there in their community, whether it be to crisis units or juveniles, to homes there in the community to provide assistance. They did go to 985 suicidal subjects, and they went to another 462 suicidal subjects with the assistance of police on the scene first. And then Eugene Police Department responded to the most, that they still responded to 1,070 suicidal subjects on their own, because those, it looks like the greater potential of those was one involving weapons or involving violence that didn't meet the Eugene or the CAHOOTS model for them responding to one of those suicidal subjects. And they went to another just over 2,000 of just what they consider like a miscellaneous call of different services that they're providing. Some of that I think would revolve with some of the homeless services they do, picking up needles and other services. But they had a total of 18,632 calls that they handled in some shape or form in the city of Eugene last year, which is significant. Talking to Eugene PD and really kind of like diving deeper into it, it looked like it was just over 5,600 calls that were actually police divert calls, meaning that this was a call that a police officer would have gone to, and because the CAHOOTS program was there in their community, you were able to send a different resource to that call. And that resulted in just about 5.6% of Eugene PD's actual dispatch calls for service that they were able to divert to this program. So that's significant. And in our next presentation, Chief Navarro is going to go a little bit more diving deeper into our calls for service and how they relate to this CAHOOTS model. But I think it mirrors closely to what you're seeing there in Eugene, around that 5% or so call for service reduction that we'd be able to see transition to a program like this. Can we go to the next slide if you don't mind? Now, another thing is we kind of to give a big picture model of what we're going on here. So we talked about the CAHOOTS, and I've studied models across the country that when examining, I've talked to police departments here in our state and across the country, and there's 3 different models that have kind of emerged that are alternatives to CAHOOTS. The second is locally here in the Bay Area with San Mateo. So San Mateo has what they call the SMART team. It's the San Mateo Mental Health Assessment Team. And what they do is they have similar to what we have here in the city of Santa Rosa, they have a contract with American Medical Response, AMR, and they actually have 2 trained paramedics who, without any police assistance, they don't have a mental health clinician, they have just trained paramedics, and paramedics and civilian staff can get the training to be able to put people on a 5150 hold. It requires training, and here locally in Sonoma County, it requires the assistance and approval of the behavioral health. So Bill Carter is the director of behavioral health, and you go through their department and we can include paramedics and other staff, mental health clinicians, to be able to put people on 5150 holds. But this is a unique model where they have 2 cars a day of a paramedic, and the paramedic will respond to these, and they're treating it as basically as a medical call for someone who's going through a mental health crisis. And the paramedic evaluates the individual. If they meet the criteria for a 5150 hold, the paramedic puts them on a hold, and the paramedic transports them with an ambulance, will then transport them to the local crisis stabilization unit. I talked to representatives from their crisis stabilization unit, and they spoke very highly of this model and what it does of treating this like the mental health crisis that it is, and putting it through just using the medical resources that are out there. So that was an interesting model to look into, and it appears to be working very well there in San Mateo. And it's another model that diverts sending a police resource to that call. The other model, and you see this is probably the model that's used most across the United States, and this model right here is called the PERT team. So this one is from in San Diego County. So they have the Psych Emergency Response Team. And this is where you see kind of a collaborative approach. And this is where you have licensed mental health clinicians, and a police officer who are working together. So in this one, it's a county-wide collaboration, similar to what we've done to other areas, whether with homeless and gangs here in Sonoma County. And you have the mental health clinician and a police officer who actually ride together in a police vehicle. And they aren't regular patrol officers. They only go to mental health calls. So they go through more training than a typical police officer would have. They ride together, they respond to these, and you kind of have the holistic approach of both the sworn officer and the mental health clinician working collaboratively together. They respond to these crisis situations. They help people who are suicidal, hopefully get them the services that they need, and do that together. So that's probably the biggest one. You see this in Memphis Police Department and several other large agencies across the state and the country are having models like this. And then another one, Texas is actually rather progressive with the mental health response in both Houston Police Department and San Antonio Police Department, large agencies, and they have large mental health divisions. So they make it part of the culture of their police departments and create these mental health divisions. And they bring in and actually have part of the police department, these behavioral health clinicians and mental health clinicians that are hired and part of the police department and work in these mental health divisions with officers. And they have officers who are just mental health cars who go out there and handle these mental health calls, and they have in a separate car the mental health clinicians, and they work collaboratively together, but they're in separate vehicles but working out of the same office. There's a lot of information out there. One of the things online is HBO actually introduced a documentary on this on San Antonio's police department called Ernie and Joe Crisis Cops, and it's something that's been spread around a lot, and it really shows a lot about how this model of doing the right training and putting the right resources within your local police departments, what a difference it can make. So it's something that each one of these are uniquely different than the CAHOOTS model, which the CAHOOTS model is putting just the nurse or the EMT with the mental health clinician. So the one that would be closest to this is the San Mateo model, where you have just the trained paramedic being able to handle this. Okay, we can go to the next slide now. Now, one of the things I wanted to talk about, those of you who are familiar with what we have in Sonoma County, we already do have some of these resources in place, but they certainly aren't to the extent and have nearly the capacity that the CAHOOTS program has. So we'll look at the mobile support team. So the mobile support team started, I believe it was in 2013, started here in Sonoma County. It's run through the county behavioral health. And so it's a model that highlights some of the similarities with CAHOOTS, that we have licensed mental health clinicians, substance abuse specialists, and they respond. And actually Santa Rosa was one of the first pilot cities that we started this program in. And myself and Lieutenant Clay Van Artsdale were two of the responders on that team that helped kind of coordinate with this team. So the unique difference is, though, that the mobile support team, they work out of the county, they respond, but they won't respond to the scene without police first securing the scene. So that's their mandate, is that the officers have to secure the scene, and once it's stabilized, then the mobile support team personnel will respond. They've been a tremendous assistance to our police department, and they come to briefings, they've done ride-alongs with officers, and they're certainly a huge assist to the police department. They have the capacity to put people on 5150 holds, and routinely officers who are on scenes calls the mobile support team to the scene, and they are able to put someone on a 5150. They don't have the capacity to transport like CAHOOTS does either. So an officer still transports the person to our crisis stabilization unit, and then the mobile support team will respond and then meet with the mental health clinicians there at the CSU and be able to carry on the procedures from there. Another limitation is they had a significant budget reduction in 2019. So right now their hours are limited only Monday through Friday from 1 to 9. And really after 7 p.m., they're not responding out in the field because they can't, they don't have the capacity to take on any overtime. So their hours are greatly diminished, and they don't respond countywide. They are kind of along the 101 corridor with Santa Rosa, Petaluma, Rohnert Park, along those areas. And then I do have the information for MST. So last year, talking to Karen Salidi, who runs their program, we went to, it looks like, so in 2018-19 fiscal year, we went 137 times. The Santa Rosa Police Department called out the mobile support team, and they ended up putting 36 people on 5150s hold. And the 1920 fiscal year, which just ended here on July 1st, we called out the mobile support team 101 times, and resulted in 30 5150 calls. So we see as hopefully some more funding comes to this team, and that might be a model that we as a city end up approaching, is working more collaboratively with the county to be able to expand this team. It has the basic framework to do great things. We just need some additional funding right here. Some of the funding they're getting right now for the mobile support team is something that we can examine as well for some of the things that we want to do is by the Mental Health Services Act. And this was passed in 2004. And this is the 1% tax on basically millionaires, those who make more than $1 million in California, and it goes toward mental health services. And also in 2013, the Mental Health Wellness Act, and this is grant money that's provided around the state for those mental health programs. So these are two things that we can examine. Most of this money is designed to go toward counties, and counties have the ultimate responsibility to provide this mental health services. So we'll have to see what is available to us as a city, but that's something that we can certainly examine. All right, let's go to the next slide. All right, and then we're starting to wrap this up, but I want to just educate everyone on some of the resources we have in place. So a lot of the scope of work of the Cohotes team, we talked about, you see it right here with our own, through Catholic Charities and the Homeless Outreach Services team host. Everyone's very familiar with that program. It's been ingrained in the culture here in Santa Rosa between our city organizations and certainly the police department. And they provide a lot of services targeted toward homeless, but incorporating some of the mental health needs that are existing in that community. Host works very closely, as well as does the police department, with Buckaloo programs and the Buckaloo houses that we have here in Santa Rosa. And these are homes that are embedded throughout the county for those in mental health crisis, some of those who are, whether it be youth, whether it be homeless, but focus is really on mental health. And it's certainly something that we want to continue that relationship and see even how as we expand this, as we put additional resources. We have right here the Sonoma County Alliance on Mental Illness, and we have an office here in Farmers Lane in Santa Rosa. We work closely with them. I've actually been on the board of directors of our local office for over 2 years here, and we work closely with them. We're trying to bring more training into the police department, some training material they provided. We go to community meetings, and we're looking at working just collaboratively with this group of how we can enhance the mental health response, specifically right here at the Santa Rosa Police Department, but also throughout the county. We're working on some of the things we're doing with the FACT court that we have through the Sonoma County court system, and a lot of work that the Sheriff's Department has done in the local jail of expanding their mental health beds there at the jail and putting more staff and resources into that. And NAMI has been a driving force in making some of those things happen here. The Social Advocates for Youth, another powerful program that really assists with some of these mental illness programs, and especially designed for youth. And so we have the Reverend Coffee House on Ripley. We have the Tamayo Village on Yulupa. Obviously, we have the Dream Center on Summerfield. These are all programs that all have resources and assistance for youth that, whether it be homeless, mental health crisis, or other crises they're going through, we work closely with them, and it's something that we're going to be examining to see what we can do more. And then the overall collaborative kind of association is the Santa Rosa Violence Prevention Partnership. Obviously, the police department exists both on their operational team, the policy team, and representatives in the executive team of that group. And we've worked closely with the partnership since that was formed in 2004, and continue to use all the different nonprofit organizations and partnerships that are on those to be able to provide some of these mental health resources. And then we'll go to the next slide, which is just our questions. So I know I was kind of going through this very rapidly. There's so much information out there on this topic. So I wanted to give just a brief overview for our council members and for our community to understand that this is something that Chief Navarro and our command staff is enthusiastic about examining. Is something that we see has a lot of positive impacts that it can provide to the community. And we want to get more direction from council on these different models and what areas you want to pursue. And we're certainly excited for the possibilities.
All right, thank you, Captain Cregan, for that excellent presentation. Bring it back to the council. Any questions? Mr. Sawyer.
Thank you, Mayor. A great presentation. And I'm curious, just in the spirit of a completely balanced conversation about the various models, I have to assume that in the Houston Police Department model, that there was a concern about a reporting party not necessarily knowing that there may be a potential weapon with someone with a mental break. But I'm curious, how often because the dispatch has to take the information from the reporting party. If there happens to be a lack of information from the reporting party and they're not aware of a particular potential weapon, how often does that happen? In other words, these sound like such great programs, but I'm curious how often it might happen where they go south and there is no police officer there with particular training, and the healthcare professionals were not aware of a particular situation. How often do things go south with these various programs? Because they sound like they're very, very successful.
Yeah, that's a great question. And I directly asked that to the Cahoots director in Eugene and just talked to him about, hey, how often are they? And what their kind of model is carefully screening the call in the first place. So if there are clear indicators of weapons or violence, they still send an officer to the scene, similar to kind of what we're doing with the mobile support team here. And when the officer has secured the scene, then they call in Cahoots to provide those unique services that they're honestly better skilled to do. And they provide them there. They said in the city of Eugene in 2019, only 150 times when the dispatch had screened it and Cahoots still responded to it, approximately 150 times, they still got into a situation where they needed police resources and they called police back out. Other than that, they had the joint responses that we talked about here that they went to, looks like just over 2,900 times they did joint responses. So they would send an officer or Cahoots, or a lot of that too is an officer is already on the scene, whether it be some type of call, maybe even a domestic violence situation, and it says, well, this really wasn't a domestic violence, this is more of a mental health crisis, and they'll call in Cahoots to that scene to kind of back them up there. But overall, Cahoots, he said in their 31 years of their program, they've never had anyone seriously injured from one of their Cahoots staff. He said from time to time, someone will get punched, knocked over, but overall, the program has been a success, and they've never seen in their program's history anyone seriously injured. But I think that's done through a lot of proper screening by the dispatchers and very close working relationship with Eugene Police Department.
I appreciate that. In that same vein, is the appearance of a police officer in full police officer garb, the badge, everything that we've heard from the community that just their presence alone can create anxiety in the person having that mental break. Are these officers that are responding when necessary? It's very obvious that they are police officers.
So that depends upon the program. So like in San Antonio, they agree with that. And so in San Antonio, they have the officers wear plain clothes. So they're still armed, but they're wearing like an untucked polo shirt and blue jeans. And they really sit down and like have conversations with people. And they're following that. In Eugene Police Department, they obviously just have sworn officers. In Houston, they have officers who are wearing uniforms as well. But that's certainly something that we've heard, and some of that can be even triggered with a negative experience from a law enforcement agency from across the country. And talking to the Cahoots program, he talked about like, hey, you might have someone who had a negative experience with a law enforcement agency in Tennessee, but now they've moved here to Santa Rosa, and maybe Santa Rosa does law enforcement different than they do in the state of Tennessee, but they're still going to associate by that uniform. So I think there's some credibility to that. I mean, each situation is unique and each individual is unique, but there are certainly sometimes that just the mere presence of a uniform can be a trigger for some individuals in our community.
Great. Thank you, and thank you for your extensive research.
Absolutely.
Vice Mayor Fleming, do you have some questions? You're on mute.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Cregan, for such a thorough presentation. It's really clear that you just did a stellar job and that you have some really deep experience with this stuff. So I just can't appreciate you enough for your work on this count. I had some questions related to kind of what Mr. Sawyer said around, the situations in which people can come up to an officer or a mental health clinician could come up to a situation and it be potentially dangerous. And what I was wondering is actually out of the 137,000 calls that we got, all the general calls, how many in the last year, and it's okay if you don't have the number off the top of your head, this is a very specific question, how many of those calls required some show of force that went beyond the officer coming up? And what I mean by that is like deploying a weapon or needing to physically restrain someone.
Well, Chief Navarro in our next presentation is going to dive a little bit deeper into the stats, and I'm not sure if he has that specific one, but we do track like anytime there's a use of force, and that would include displaying a taser, firearm. So he'll be able to dive a little bit deeper into that in the next part of the presentation. And then if there's specific things like that, we might be able to then go back and get a little bit more of that data and get it to council.
And that may or may not be necessary, because what I'm trying to go at to where this, because you know, as a mental health clinician, I've done the model before where, you know, you show up and the police come on call, which is a little bit different than one of the models, like where, you know, I'd show up first, and then if I needed a 5150 transport, you know, you call the mental health support team. This was in Alameda County. But what I'm trying to get at here is that, you know, that my guess would be, and I don't have the information, that there are not all that many instances in which, you know, people do need to be restrained by force. That does happen, but that it's not as common as, I mean, I don't think we had too many times when an officer in the last year, I mean, this might be a question you can answer. How many times in the last year did an officer need to pull out his or her firearm?
Yeah, but Vice Mayor, Chief Navarro. So I'm going to cover some of the use of force data that we have later on. I believe it's in 4.5, and but we don't have. I don't have the data on how many times we pulled the firearm out. I have data on how many times we may have used it, and we can provide some future information regarding use of force specific to mental illness or homelessness if we need to. I'm not sure if we broke it down that far down, so but we can provide more information later on.
Thank you. Just trying to understand, you know, how much risk is actually involved on a day-to-day basis for our officers, you know, because I think that we come out from this as a position that, you know, officers are at a lot of risk, so therefore we need a lot of you know, armed presence, when I think that we've only ever had 2 police officers die in the line of duty in the history of Santa Rosa, and only one of them was from violence from another person. So just trying to better understand that, but I'll hold my questions till after the chief's presentation. Thank you.
Yeah, and that's a good point. And a lot of also you see agencies with higher death rates when officers, a lot of that goes to the investment that the city does with the training. So if you properly train your staff and you properly have the proper amount of supervisors on the scene, you can, a lot of deaths, frankly, that are around the country could be mitigated by proper supervision and good decision making. So that's something that considered. I think something that's the city of Santa Rosa has invested in and has a long history in our police department of properly training our staff.
Yeah, I have one more question for you on a different note, which is you mentioned it was kind of really interesting how similar in population and service calls the cities of Santa Rosa and Eugene are. Can you, you know, opine or make a guess, or maybe you have information as to why the numbers are so similar, but the staffing numbers are, you know, somewhat significantly different?
That was surprising to me too when I saw that, and I talked to the commander there, and I guess it comes down to city priorities and then to the city budgeting, and I haven't dived deep into the Eugene Police Department's general fund and their overall priorities, but it is unique, and it gives, having those additional staff sometimes gives police departments the ability to do what you may refer to as some of these boutique units of creating mental health teams or creating larger homeless response teams, and they're able to provide some more community assistance from some of those things. So that's just going to have something that we as a city have to prioritize and see if that's something, and also examine some of these alternative models to be able to get there successfully.
Do you know if the funding for the Cahoots program comes out of the police department in the city of Eugene and Springfield?
So I asked him that too, and he goes, well, in a roundabout way it does. He said, but what they've done is they supplemented the police department. So they didn't defund or take it from the police department's budget. But he said also it's evolved. So it started 31 years ago, and it's just kind of gradually grown over the years. So it started 31 years ago with just one clinician, and then now it's grown, and it went from, I believe it was just under almost 900,000 last year. And this year they added those additional hours to make it just over around almost 1.2 million. But what they've done, it's a city priority, and they've supplemented. The police department does manage the program. So they manage the MOU, they meet with the Cahoots, and they have some control over the staff there in the Cahoots program and things like that, that they're basically, that they have a lieutenant assigned to kind of manage that program.
Yeah, what I find really interesting is that for 1.1 or 1.2 million dollars, 5.5% of the calls for service were managed, which is seems to be a pretty good return.
Yeah, and to be clear, that 5.5 that was just police diverts. There's still additional calls that they're going to that just weren't police related calls that they go to, and it depends upon what way you want to look at it. So you can say, well, that's not a police call to take someone to go get their prescriptions filled. But in reality, by getting that person to go fill their prescriptions, then now they're not going to go into mental health crisis. The police aren't going to get the call that they're smashing out the windows of their neighbor's car, and then that could lead to a confrontation. So it really goes into that upstream approach that we do with gangs and some of the other things. By getting some people assistance early on, they're never going to get to that crisis situation, and we therefore reduced another police call for service that we're never going to see. So I think that's kind of the understated value of a program like this and some of those things that they do.
All right, thank you very much, Captain.
Absolutely. Any other questions?
Yeah, John, I've got a couple. Some have already been asked. So specifically with the budget, and again, set aside, the 1.1 million, is it based on calls for service, or they just contract? We expect you to handle all these calls, and this is the amount of money we're providing to you to do that?
Correct. So they enter into an MOU based on the hours, saying that you're going to have one car, and it's going to be staffed with a nurse and the mental health clinician, or the alternative of an EMT, and that you're going to have one car for 24 hours. And then now they just increased the budget. They have the second car staffed by the same two personnel from 8 a.m. to 2 p.m. or to 8 a.m. to 2 in the next morning, to 2 a.m. again. And that you're going to provide these services. I have their policies, and they go through a long list of these calls, which I kind of gave a summary, and it said during these hours, you're going to respond to these type of calls.
Okay. And again, is that MOU with the police department or the city of Eugene?
I'd have to clarify that. It's managed through the police department. I guess the MOU technically would be with the city, but it's managed through the police department.
And then I'm assuming that the Cahoots team members are actual employees of the Whitebird Clinic versus Eugene, Oregon?
Correct. So that's exactly what they do. And then Whitebird funds the adjoining city of Springfield as well. So they can kind of share staff between the two. But Eugene PD provides these two, or I believe they have actually three of these Cahoots vans, and they provide all the maintenance. And Eugene did tell me if they did it themselves, they would just make that part of the contract and not provide the cars, because it led to lots of other extra issues.
Okay, and then do you know in your conversations with either the Eugene Police or the Cahoots program, how they determine the staffing levels? And again, I'm comparing it to obviously what we do at the police department with the obligated, unobligated time. Do you know if they had a methodology, or was it more of a dollar amount? This is what we can afford. How many Cahoots members can we get for this amount of money?
I didn't dive that deep with them on that. We talked mainly just about the hours and that they're going to have those cars throughout the day. So he did talk about, though, that they have hopes of expanding the program, because they see now as the community has greatly accepted it there in the Eugene community, and that they see calls for service stacking up on that, and they'd like to see that team expand. And that's why they took the one big step forward this year. And then another thing to mention for Cahoots. So I talked to them. Cahoots doesn't have the capacity to have Whitebird Clinic come here to Santa Rosa and create one, but they do have the capacity is to enter into a working agreement with us, obviously a paid working agreement, and they would come and they would help us craft our own request for proposals here to work with our own local nonprofits to start a Kahoot style program here, and they can give guidance and assistance. And they've done that in other cities in Denver, Olympia, Washington, Vancouver. They've all helped those cities create Kahoot style programs. It's just not under the absolute direction of a Whitebird Clinic. You'd have to get another nonprofit in our community to take that on.
And were there any expectations of response times for the Kahoots program, similar to we have, priority 1, 2, and 3 calls for service with response times? Did they identify any of that for the calls referred to programs such as Kahoots?
I didn't see that specifically listed in their MOU. It dealt generally with the types of calls, but not for the calls for service. And they're working to better integrate. So they give them like police radios. And actually this year, they're going to actually put police mobile data computers in their vans that they're doing, and they're working through the dispatch. And he said they were working to manage the call volume, but they didn't have actually like mandated times of response.
Okay. And do they accept referrals through, we have 211 out here. I'm not sure what they have up there, but are there other ways of referring to this team versus going through the 911 system?
They didn't want to do any dispatch calls directly to Kahoots, to the Whitebird Clinic. So they want all dispatch calls to go through Eugene Police Department. You can, though, family members can, though, call and talk and request resources through them. And they're certainly a resource in the community. But if there's a moment of crisis and you need a Kahoots unit to respond, it has to be done through Eugene Police Department, because the Whitebird Clinic doesn't have a dispatch center or call taking center to handle those calls.
Okay. And then you test on some of the uniform, non-uniform, different teams. The one I didn't hear you say is the PERT team in, I think, San Diego. Are those officers in uniform in San Diego, or are they closed?
Yes, they are. They're in uniform, but they're designated like mental health units. So they go to the additional training. They don't go to regular patrol calls, and they ride partnered with like a civilian mental health clinician wearing like a polo.
Okay. Yeah, it's more in line with what I heard Councilmember Sawyer asking about. Some people have that reaction. And so just seeing how other communities have tried to mitigate that.
Yeah, I think probably the best model is that San Antonio, and even watching that documentary, really, it shows clearly of their approach. And it's a different approach than normal law enforcement of going just plain clothes and really making themselves vulnerable and maybe even jeopardizing some officer safety, but doing it for the greater good of the mental health community there. And it's a very successful program they have in San Antonio. And I think it's a model for us across the nation.
Right. Okay, those are all my questions. So for the interpreters, we're going to need to take a 10-minute break. So we'll recess and reconvene at 10:30. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to just reach out to Pablo and Charles, our interpreters on the line. I'm going to disable the Spanish channel for one moment.
Dean and Liz, are we ready to reconvene?
Yes, sir. I'll take roll.
Thank you.
Councilmember Sawyer.
Here.
Vice Mayor Fleming. Mayor Schwedhelm.
Here.
Vice Mayor Fleming.
Okay, so we have a quorum of the subcommittee here, so why don't we continue on reconvening this meeting? And there she is.
Vice Mayor Fleming.
Hello.
Thank you.
All right, we're all in attendance. So now we're taking public comments on item 4.1, update on models for response to mental illness, homelessness. If you wish to make a comment via Zoom, please raise your hand. If you're dialing in via telephone, please dial *9 to raise your hand. You'll have 3 minutes. Madam Host or Clerk, could you take it from here?
Mayor, I would like to make a brief
Dean, I'm not sure. I can't hear you clearly. Can others hear her?
Okay, I took my mask down. Is that clearer?
What you're just saying was audible.
Okay, thank you. I would like to just make an announcement that the Spanish channel is back online after the transition for the interpreters. Charles is the interpreter participating from the panelist side. Charles, would you be able to make that brief announcement?
Yes. El canal para la interpretación al español ya está activo. Entonces, Charles es el intérprete que va a tomar parte de este lado del panel.
Thank you. And Pablo is participating on the Spanish channel for your interpretation. You can join the Spanish channel by clicking the interpretation button at the bottom of your Zoom toolbar. It looks like a globe.
Y Pablo es el intérprete que le va a interpretar el español. Pueden unirse al canal del español por medio de oprimir el botón en la barra de herramientas abajo de la pantalla. Es un botón que parece un globo.
Thank you, Charles. You can mute, and we will call upon you if we have a public commenter who needs interpretation from the English side. Thank you. The first public comment will be from Susie, followed by Joe Bell. You have enabled your speaking permissions. Can you please unmute your microphone and confirm you can see the timer on your screen?
Hello, yeah, I can see the timer.
Thank you. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
Thank you. Hello, everybody. My name is Susie Lanter, and as a former homeless person of Sonoma County, I fully support the Cahoots program. I want to thank you guys for putting on such a comprehensive slide. It's very informative, and I think that Sonoma County needs to see some of the statistics that have been used, because a lot of people are unaware of just how much mental health actually will help people in need. So I just want to say that I have over 5 years clean and sober, but I was once someone who was dangerously digging through garbage cans, as a previous caller had put it. We do not need police funding. We need mental health funding desperately for programs like these. When you get out of jail in Sonoma County, guess what? You are given the same clothes you were arrested in, unlaundered, no money, no ride, no food. I have experienced this multiple times. Every time I was released from jail, I went back out to use drugs. If I had mental health help instead of an arrest, I guarantee you the crimes I committed to survive would have been stopped. By the way, my mom paid $40,000 for rehab, and that was the only way I was able to get clean. Not jail and not by a police officer. Sonoma County rehabs are crowded and underfunded. Please divert police funds to fund our homeless and addiction population. Please save them from the Karens. We need you guys to enact this. All homeless people were once someone's child and babies. Please, they are human beings. Thank you so much. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you, Susie. The next public comment will be from Joe Bell, followed by Libby. Joe Bell, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Please unmute your microphone and confirm you can see the timer on your screen.
I can see the timer.
Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
Hi, my name is Jolie. I am feeling a little frustrated right now, just with everything that has happened in this meeting. I wish that you guys had deferred this meeting to allow more public access to it in the ways that people during 2020 actually use access. Also, I feel very emotional about this topic. I am a youth that struggled with drug addiction and was in programs and was a ward of the court. And now I'm sitting on city council meetings and trying to get you guys to see that police enforcement and adding more money to the police and having them respond to mental health crisis calls and homelessness is not the way of our future. We need to come from a compassionate standpoint. We need to have people who are trained to deal with mental health crisis. I am somebody who has numerous years of experience dealing with people with mental health and drug addiction crisis, which in my opinion, most of the time go hand in hand. And I am telling you that use of force, police presence, and trying to force somebody into doing anything a certain way is not the way to approach it. There has to be skillful, trained tactics to be able to talk to these people, to get on their level and to understand where they're coming from. We're talking about mental health crisis. This means that your brain chemistry and the things that would make you respond normally are not operating properly. You need somebody who can reach these people during this time. This is not law enforcement. Please, it's so sad to see in our county that we have so little funding that goes towards these measures. You know, we have our police officers just keep raiding and moving our homeless encampments from spot to spot. How is this a solution? How is this not just putting more money? How much money does it cost for all of those officers to go out and move those people just to do it again in a month's time? So can we take that money? Can we move it towards mental health services? Can we get a compassionate team who is paid and staffed to be able to handle this? You know, as a community, it is our responsibility to grow together. That does not mean leaving an entire population of people behind. That means finding actual, real solutions that will work to help people. Wouldn't you like your legacies as people who are making decisions for our county to be that we saved lives, we helped people, we implemented these programs that are happening in other places? Like, this is not some dream. This is happening. It's a reality. These programs work. Let's implement them. Let's not take a long time. Let's get on board. I'm very frustrated, and you know, the community needs this, and we implore you to act swiftly. I yield my time.
Thank you. The next public comment will be from Libby, followed by Eric. Libby, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Can you please unmute your microphone and confirm you can see the timer on your screen?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank you very much. Can you confirm you see the timer on your screen?
I can see it.
Thank you. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
So my name is Libby, and I'm absolutely in support of mental health programs to address mental health crises. We do not need law enforcement to handle this. There's a history of abuses done to houseless people and really just people in general from law enforcement. See the Human Rights Commission report. It's really informative. Law enforcement just had a history of like denigrating people and putting them in really uncomfortable positions and terrorizing them and abusing them. And it's not good for the community. We absolutely need more funding for mental health. We need people that are better suited for handling mental health crises. I want to echo the sentiments of some of the last few callers who have gone through some of this stuff. And I mean, while I personally haven't gone through this, it doesn't really take a lot of personal experience to see that the system that we're operating under is severely flawed for people. it works for profit, it works for money, but it does not work for the people. The law enforcement enforce that system for the property, not for the people. I yield my time.
Thank you. The next public comment will be from Eric, followed by Kay Reinhardt. Eric, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Can you please unmute your microphone and confirm you can see the timer on your screen?
Thank you. I have and I can.
Thank you. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
Thank you very much. This is Eric Frazier once again, and I appreciate the opportunity to comment. I'd like to thank Captain Cregan for his fine presentation and research. It seems like getting a firm handle on data, of course, is really difficult. And so it's hard to compare one program with another. Doesn't mean we shouldn't try, but it really is hard sometimes to have apples to apples comparison. There's a lot of factors that can make programs, the reality of certain programs different than what a program can look like in a different jurisdiction, no doubt. I'd like to say from my perspective that getting people all riled up about a concept of defunding the police department is probably not where we're at. I mean, we have to work hard to depoliticize some of these situations. I think one can understand that when people step up to the call of service to their community, whether as a police officer or as a fireman or as a elected public official, that they're acting on a higher level. That's our assumption, is that they're acting on behalf of the community. And so we need to put that aside, that we have people working against the community writ large. Having said that, though, there's a number of things that really get in people's way, politics being one of them, money and greed and budgets being another one. So here we have a presentation from Captain Cregan that's showing a number of resources that are actually right in our backyard, but they're not working. These things are not working. So potentially one of the benefits of having an outside program come in, like Cahoots, it's a horrible name, by the way, but at any rate, having Cahoots come in might be the thing that triggers actual, things coming together in a way that the public now demands and that we need for our quality of life. So the one question I have, and I'll leave you with, is that when we have a program like a Cahoots or some other program that comes in from the outside, is there ability to attract more funding for that program outside of the typical funding sources, i.e. taxpayer money or tax money, generally speaking? So that's another part of the picture I'd like to see, but it seems like one of the advantages of working again with an outside agency is to triangulate out of the problems that we face now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Eric. The next public comment will be from Kay Reinhardt, followed by Danielle. Kay, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Can you please unmute your microphone and confirm you can see the timer on your screen?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Okay. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
Okay. This is Keith Reinhardt. Good morning, everyone. I want to thank you for this Public Safety Committee. I want to commend Captain Cregan for his research. I think it's great. I think that I really like the Cahoots model. And I think that's something that we could implement here. And I think the funding should come from cost savings of the police department. That is, we should budget it. But hopefully it would be made up for by the savings in calls for service by a uniformed officer. And I just think it's a really good idea. Based on the statistics that Captain Cregan offered, I can see where my late son might have not been 5150'd anyway. had the MST been called, and they were available on Tuesday, May 7th of 2019, when I was interacting with a police officer and begging him to lock my kid up so he wouldn't hurt himself. But there's a good chance that if MST had been called, he still wouldn't have qualified for a 5150. So I understand that now. But at the same time, it would have been nice had they showed up and taken their own assessment. I certainly would have felt better about it. So I want to encourage the department to somehow fund a non-uniform mental health crisis response based on the information that Captain Cragen got from the Cahoots program in Eugene, Oregon. It sounds great. I support it 100%. And I also want to add that the Santa Rosa Police Department, again, which I believe is the finest police department in our county, is miles ahead of the county in actually trying to address these problems. All this funny stuff that happened with Iolero at the county during this week and that initiative being put on the ballot, it's just a complete mess over there. We can't tell what those people are doing. But this committee and the people on it have been frank and forthcoming and are earnestly planning to make our community better and reduce unnecessary incidents of use of force. And I'm very proud to be just part of this audience. City of Santa Rosa and Santa Rosa Police Department constantly trying to improve their services, including their new website where you can review all of the trainings that these officers do and stuff. So in terms of defunding, my thing would be just to shift some police money over to a program like Cahoots. And again, thank you very much for this opportunity.
The next public comment will be from Danielle, followed by Scott. Danielle, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Can you please unmute your microphone and confirm you can see the timer on your screen?
Oh, hi. Sorry. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank you. Can you see the timer on your screen, Danielle?
Yes, thank you.
Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
Thank you so much. My name is Danielle Cazares. I'm a resident of Sonoma County, but I'm very involved in this kind of stuff because we need to be. I find it very coincidental that a lot of people in support of holding the council and police department accountable today were scrambling to find a functioning link to participate in this meeting. Yet we have some Blue Lives Matter people, some All Lives Matter people who haven't been present for many of these meetings, and they show up basically unopposed in the beginning. I do want to say real quick that the Santa Rosa Police Department has a proposed $62.2 million of the $177.3 million of the general fund expenditures by department, which is 35% of the entire general fund budget. That's a 4.2% proposed increase, by the way. While our housing and community services, which I may be misunderstanding what they should be used for, but mental health and houselessness and all that stuff should be a part of that, had only 1.9 million allotted of the general fund, with a proposed cut of 89.5%. That's 1.9 mil to 0.2 million. People keep bringing up who's going to protect us when houseless people have public crises, when domestic disturbances happen, et cetera, et cetera. To that, I say very clearly that the police have historically shown up to these calls and nothing has gotten better. With all of the increases to the police department budget, has houselessness and addiction gotten worse or has it gotten better? I just feel like, you know, I'm sitting here from a perspective of a white woman with mental illness who the only reason I'm not out there being houseless and suffering from addiction is because I have white privilege and intergenerational wealth to, you know, afford health care and medication and therapy services. And we need to offer this to people who don't have access to them to make sure that our community is safe. And that doesn't mean increasing the police department budget. That means increasing houselessness and addiction services and all of these mental health obstacles that we have to jump over to be okay and to function in society. Please defund the police, however politicized that phrase is, and take care of our people. Thank you very much. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you, Danielle. The next public comment will be from Scott, followed by Charlotte. Scott, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Can you please unmute your microphone and confirm you can see the timer on your screen?
I can indeed.
Thank you. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
Hi, my name is Scott. As I've been listening on this call, one thing that's become clear to me is that the logic operated on in this R&D is still based on a reactionary approach that is rooted in long-standing law enforcement criminalization of mental health issues and or houselessness. You speak of law enforcement officers earlier in plain clothes sent to respond to a crisis as brave heroes risking their lives, as though someone suffering from mental health issues or houselessness is inherently violent and antagonistic. I want to call out, like Danielle just said, the police budget proposed for the 2021 fiscal year is $62.2 million. This is a 5% proposed, or nearly 5% proposed increase year over year. And it's the second highest increase in the budget behind planning and economic development, which speaks a lot to our priorities. These funds would be better allocated toward mental health crises and houseless support. I don't know how many times it needs to be said that we need to remove funding from untrained police departments and stop kicking the houselessness around all over town and put that funding and that effort into proactive programs that support our communities instead of punishing and dehumanizing them. I yield my time.
Thank you. The next public comment will be from Charlotte, followed by resident 5768. Charlotte, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Can you please confirm you can see the timer on the screen once you unmute your microphone?
I can see it. Thank you.
Thank you. Please identify yourself for public record, and your time begins now.
Hello, my name is Charlotte Borg. I'm a longtime resident of Santa Rosa. I am definitely in support of a program like Cahoots being implemented locally. SRPD is not equipped to handle mental health crises or humanitarian aid and shouldn't be asked to take on responsibilities like those. They aren't qualified for that work, and occasional training sessions for cops won't make them qualified. Recorded speakers and people who wrote in for non-agenda public comment that were against reallocating law enforcement funding, because for the record, that is what defunding the police means, spoke about sexual assaults, addiction response, homeless people taking up space in any capacity in public spaces. What we're looking for is a compassionate response to people who need help, and further, one that doesn't put compliance before de-escalation and support services. Thank you so much. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. The next public comment will be from resident 5768, followed by defund the police. Resident 5768, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Please unmute your microphone and confirm you can see the timer on your screen.
Yes, I can.
Thank you. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
Hi, my name is Melissa. I am an educator and a grad student, future social worker. I want to echo some of the previous statement that the previous commenter said. We do need a compassionate response to these issues. So long we have just criminalized homelessness and mental illness, and it really is just not serving our community in the way that it is. And I hear a lot of our community members thinking that we need more money and more support for the police to solve these problems. But what they don't realize is these problems are not solved with guns and force. These problems are solved with mental health services and counselors and therapists and social workers who can help these people get into the programs that they need. We need to be supporting the folks in our community rather than punishing them, which is essentially what we're doing now. You are punished for being homeless. You are punished for having mental health crisis, and it really just isn't serving our community. So I really absolutely support the Cahoots model, and I hope that we can get the rest of our community on board because we really need this. It's way past time. Yeah, it's definitely way past time. And again, when we say defund the police, we mean reallocate funds into models that will better serve our community. And I realize that that is very politicized, but we need to get everybody on board to find alternate ways of dealing with policing because it is harming citizens, and that is really not what we want here. So thank you so much for having this meeting, and thank you for digging deep into the cahoots model. I hope that this is something that we can choose to move forward. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. The next public comment will be from Defund the Police, followed by De La Shea. Defund the Police, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Can you please unmute your microphone and confirm you can see the timer on your screen?
Yes.
Thank you. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
I want to let y'all know that mental illness is not a crime. Homelessness is not a crime. Drug addiction is not a crime. It's a fucking pandemic that has been destroying lives for years and years. And y'all have turned your backs on our communities. Defund the police and fund community-based programs and organizations that are here to help us and not destroy us. Fund mental health services, fund addiction services, fund housing for the houseless. This is ridiculous. I'm not sure what part you guys are not listening to when we're saying defund the police. You guys want to give more money to the police department so they can destroy us and humiliate. Oh my God, I can't even fucking talk. Anyways, we don't need the police in our communities, especially in the brown communities, Black communities. They are harassing us every fucking day.
And walking us, and they're cutting kids.
Tell them to abolish the police.
Abolish the police.
Tell them we yield our fucking time. Thank you. The next public comment will be from De La Shea, followed by Lucy. De La Shea, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Can you please unmute your microphone and confirm you can see the timer on your screen?
I don't see the timer on my screen.
Okay, if you can't get it up on the screen, please know that there will be an audio alert at the end of a 3-minute period if you take the full 3 minutes for your comment. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
Okay, my name is Della Shea, and I am a citizen here in Sonoma County. I want to say that Americans with mental illness make up nearly a quarter of those killed by the police officers, according to the Fatal Force database. Sadly, we don't have database from Sonoma County. But meanwhile, a cumulative list shows that only 115 officers have been killed since the 1970s by individuals with untreated serious mental illness. It doesn't have to be this way. You know, the movement of defund the police and refund the people is a long needed movement to shift responsibility for the serious mentally ill away from the police. We do not need the police handling this and put it back to where it belongs, on social service agencies and the medical community. 40% of adults with serious mental illness will come in contact with the criminal justice system during their lives each year. I mean, this is each year. And they're booked into jails. Most of them are charged with minor misdemeanor crimes or low-end felonies. And then they end up being in prison, going to prison just because they have a psychological problem. Jail and prisons currently hold more people with serious mental illnesses than hospitals. And that is just even sad to say. They remain in jail 4 to 8 times longer than people without mental illnesses charged with the exact same crime. And the cost is 7 times more than other inmates in jail. And of course, a lot of them most likely won't make bail and are more likely to gain new charges while incarcerated. And why? Because they're mentally ill. And there's been a call for change long before George Floyd's death, and often police themselves. I mean, I can imagine how many policemen really actually want to take a mental health call. which just shows their attitude when they arrive in the first place. And I just told my friends, if I ever have a mental breakdown, please don't call the police. That would be like the last thing that I'd want to see is a car with blue lights pulling up when I'm already stressed. You know, it's just insane that we're even having this conversation. Like, we need to defund the police and refund the people. That money should go back into the community where people with degrees, educated people can deal with mental health. I'd like to know how much training the police actually gets to deal with mental health training, with mental health people. I'm sure it's not the 7 to 12 years that a professional would get. And in this case, we need professionals. This is a very serious crisis out here. We need therapists, we need social workers. We don't need the police. And we need another phone call to make. If you call 911, that call should just be sent somewhere else, not to you guys. We need to have an emergency for mental health.
The timer is going off. That concludes your 3-minute opportunity for public.
Refund the police and refund the people. Damn it.
The next public comment will be from Lucy, followed by Sal. Lucy. Lucy, it appears that you are using an older version of Zoom and are unable to participate on the phone or on the Zoom meeting. If you can download the newest Zoom app and rejoin the meeting, we will be more than happy to call on you if you raise your hand again. Whole challenge. The next public comment will be from Sal. Sal, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Can you please unmute your microphone and confirm you can see the timer on your screen?
I can see it. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank you very much. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
Hi, my name is Sal, and first off, I want to say that policemen and firefighters are not the same thing. Firefighters actually protect and serve the community. Police officers harass and punish, and in a lot of cases, murder. Of course, white men and older white people say that we have a fine police force because they're actually being helped. I was there at the removal of the houseless community members at Cancer Park, and at one point I was going around helping people, and one of the people at the park stated that they needed a trash can and there were none to be found. There were 2 officers standing around chit-chatting, so I went up to them and asked them where I could find a trash can to help the people consolidate their things. The officer scoffed and laughed in my face and said, "I'm a police officer, not a garbage man." And therein lies the entire fucking problem. This officer's arrogance and condescension in the face of houseless community member harassment is exactly why we are calling to defund the police. The police do not care about us. And when I say us, I mean the poor, the Black, the Latinx, the trans people, anyone that's not a rich, cis, white person. They were there to harass and punish and not to help. And that officer made that crystal clear that day. Stop asking us where we are going to find the money for this. Defund the police and start funding social programs that actually care about the community. I yield my time.
Thank you, Sal. The next public comment will be from Rigel, followed by Evans. Rigel, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Can you please unmute your microphone and confirm you can see the timer on your screen?
I can.
Thank you. Please identify yourself for public record if you choose, and your time starts now.
My name is Rigel Bowen, and I've been a citizen of Santa Rosa for 41 years. And I want to address both my frustration and the frustration of my fellow citizens on the fact that these reforms are even needing to be discussed rather than just simply implemented. You are heard by the people when you tell them you are too overloaded to help them on the street while exercising their First Amendment rights. You are heard when they approach you to ask for help and you tell them that they shouldn't be doing what they're doing. You are heard over the air when you are discussing watching the people's live streams to gain tactical advantage over them. You are seen 2 blocks away, not moving when someone aims 4,500 pounds of metal and plastic at them and hit the gas. You are watched as you refuse to charge those, including members of your own families, who threaten and intend to harm them. You are seen when you send 5 vehicles to protect 20 protesters that support you. You are incapable of doing your job with the funding you have, and you have shown no indicator that more money will aid you in doing what you are sworn to do. So why are we to believe that the police can handle the jobs of mental health workers who have years of training on top of their regular duties, that they're either unwilling or unable to perform when the recipients do not support police interests? Defund, reallocate, move to abolish, and reform under the citizens regulation. I yield my time.
Thank you. The next public comment will be from Evan, followed by Denise. Evan, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Can you please unmute your microphone and confirm you can see the timer on your screen?
I have unmuted my microphone and I see the timer.
Thank you. Please identify yourself for public record if you choose, and your time begins now.
Hello, my name is Evan Phillips. I'm a resident of Santa Rosa. I'm also a professional in community development, nonviolent conflict resolution. First off, I'd like to express my strong support implementing Cahoots or a program resemblant of it, so that we address safety, policing, responsiveness in a more comprehensive manner that's both more effective and further humanizes people. I'd just like to acknowledge that we often hear from law enforcement and their most avid supporters that they're concerned for their own safety on the job, which is a completely reasonable perspective, and that they feel the community doesn't have enough respect for them. To me, those are very solvable issues if people are able to check their emotional responses and actually listen to expert opinion on these matters. Having more response options than what we have right now limits police interaction for calls and incidents that they're potentially poorly trained for or just not properly qualified for. And that inherently makes them safer. Putting you in positions of success with what you are well trained for will improve your credibility in the community. There's obviously a fractured trust between the public and law enforcement. And that starts not just with the accountability of past misconduct, but implementing more effective models for everybody to succeed. So when you hear defund the police, that cannot be something that creates an emotional knee-jerk reaction. You have to actually think about what that means when we talk about actual divestment and reallocation to things that are preventative models that actually reduce the need for policing on the back end. It's better for everybody. Most of the cases and arguments made on behalf of law enforcement are actually also cases and arguments for divestment and reallocation. But we have to get past the emotional component of what those words trigger for people. Also, as for the unsheltered and homelessness crisis issue, and it is a crisis in the community, homelessness doesn't happen in a vacuum. There are contributing factors and considerations to it. It's a complex issue, but the solutions do exist. We have to have a multi-pronged approach that addresses the immediate needs of the crises as well as the conditions that contribute to why somebody would become homeless in the first place. So it's obvious in the first place that if somebody is homeless, the remedy to that is literally a home. I know the city is relying on the county for a lot of funding for these things, and it's a collaborative effort, but it's really disheartening to see, a $2 million budget we have to address homelessness, and SRPD has a $1.1 or $1.2 million budget for vehicles, and they did the year before and the year before. I mean, our priorities are really out of line, and if you look at the details of this, it has less to do with safety and the services that police contribute, which are valuable to the community when done correctly, and has more to do with police union lobbying. It's very, very, very concerning, the relationship we have with police union lobbying.
Thank you, Evan. That was the conclusion of your 3-minute comment period. The next public comment will be from Denise, followed by accountability. Denise, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Can you please unmute your microphone and confirm you can see the timer on your screen?
Thank you, I can.
Thank you. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
My name is Denise Hill, and I live in the St. Rose neighborhood, and we are literally in the middle of what is the mental health crisis that is on our streets now. Basically, instead of in a facility where they can be helped, I am totally appreciative of the police because every interaction I've seen with the homeless in them has been very compassionate. But I do think this is the right direction to go. We need to start offering services and taking this load, this burden off our police force to handle what Cahoots sounds like they could handle if we can find a service provider that is acceptable. Of course, we've just had all the service providers send a vote of no confidence to the county, so I'm a little concerned that we have to interface with the county on this one, and hopefully we can figure something out so that we actually get results from that government entity. But I'd also like to mention that we have a couple of issues that we also need to look at because there is a criminal element on our street in the homeless population. And the DA tends to continually let people who have been incarcerated or brought into the jail for any length of time back out onto Santa Rosa streets. And I hate to see Santa Rosa constantly be the de facto place where homeless are focused or sent to. Certainly if someone doesn't have any transportation and they get released from the jail onto our streets, they most likely will end up on Santa Rosa streets. And now we have the county coming in with the Hotel Azura project, which is going to impact downtown even more when it comes to homeless. So I'd like to see the city start pushing back and insisting that other communities start taking on bearing the load for what it takes to deal with the homeless, because 3,000 people in Sonoma County shouldn't have such an impact on the lives of residents in Santa Rosa. That's less than 1% of the county population is seriously impacting Santa Rosa. Case in point, my husband and I went down to help the merchants downtown the other day, and we will not be back because there were homeless everywhere. And that is just not, we already live with homeless in our neighborhood. We'd like to have a break from homeless if we're going to go out and enjoy a meal. The other thing I think that needs to be addressed is the host line. The outgoing message on the host line is less than professional. It doesn't identify who it is, what the line is. It doesn't state what information you need to leave, and it's constantly full and not taking additional messages. So for the residents that are going to have to deal with this until something like Cahoots gets put in place, it would be a great idea if someone could look at that host line and have them step it up on how they're handling the outgoing message. Thank you.
Thank you, Denise. The next comment will be from Accountability, followed by Bernice. Accountability, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Can you please unmute your microphone and confirm you can see the timer on your screen?
I can. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
I'd like to say that I really appreciate the effort put into looking at things outside of the Cahoots program. I don't feel like a lot of those situations were appropriate, considering that a lot of them did not take the work away from police officers. One of the things that I did note was some of the Cahoots statistics about it being about 5.6% of the typical call volume that was taken away, plus they handle additional. That 5.6% for that population that very much reflected around Santa Rosa would be $3.49 million of the 2021 proposed budget, which would fund by those numbers and by the numbers of the Santa Rosa Police Department, 12 to 13 staff members. This is something that I think that we can all get behind and is in line with how we want to reallocate funds to better support the community. One of the things that I'd also like to note that may be getting overpassed is that mental health has, and 5150s are not the most friendly things in the world. And, you know, Delachey spoke about systemic needs, and we don't have a lot of mental health capacity within Sonoma County. I know I've been to the Vallejo one on my own volition, so I could get better, and it is not some place that you want to be. And I was also fortunate to have transportation to and from there. So we need to not just look at what we're talking about of taking the call volume, but to make sure that we're fully supporting these systems in thoughtful and meaningful ways. I would like to see some of these allocations and some of these declarations taken seriously by pledging that 5.6%, which would be a great start. And then seeing how we can better enhance these systems that we can build so we can have a better Santa Rosa. Thank you for your time. I yield.
Thank you. The next public comment will be from Bernice, followed by Raquel. Bernice, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Can you please unmute your microphone and confirm you can see the timer on your screen? Hi, Bernice. Can you please unmute your microphone?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now. Thank you very much. Can you see the timer on your screen?
Yes, I can.
Okay, please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
Hi, my name is Berenice, and I want to start off by saying that in the future, you should make these meetings more accessible and announce them more than on just the Santa Rosa City Facebook page. I just took a look at it, and it doesn't seem like anyone liked it or probably saw it. I work with youth, many who are currently houseless or have been in the past, a large portion of them experiencing mental health issues to some degree. It would have been nice if you told organizations like SAY that these meetings were happening so that they could pass that along to the youth that they work with. We are talking about issues that affect them, and they deserve the chance to be present and have a voice in this. To conclude, we absolutely need more mental health support in this county, and I am in support of a program like Cahoots. I yield my time.
Thank you, Bernice. The next public comment will be from Raquel, followed by Lucy. Raquel, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Can you please unmute your microphone and confirm you can see the timer on your screen? Hi, Raquel. This is your opportunity for public comment. Can you please unmute your microphone and confirm you can see the timer on your screen?
Hi, yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you very much. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
Hi, my name is Raquel and I live here in Santa Rosa. I'm calling in today to support funding more mental health services, possibly one like Cahoots. I live really close to downtown, you know, and I see a lot of times like what happens when police interact with our houseless community, and I just think it's completely like disgusting. I wanted to say that I'm here, you know, supporting to defund the police and use that money to invest it in our program, in our community programs. We know what investing in community programs looks like if we just take a look at folks that live in Bennett Valley or Oakmont or the other wealthy neighborhoods in our county. Must feel really nice, you know, living in a community where all the resources are available and you don't have such a high police presence. I personally, and you know, I know the sentiment goes just beyond myself, but the police is not and will not be equipped to handle mental health crises. If we just look at their budget, you know, they get a huge chunk of Santa Rosa city's budget and they still haven't found a way to fix this. So I don't believe that they'll be able to anyways. I don't believe that police are here to protect people. They're here to protect the property and the rich. They're literally useless when it comes to helping people. So yeah, I definitely agree that we should take money from the police and invest it into community programs that can actually be equipped to serve folks who need mental health support. I also just wanted to say too, because I know that, you know, there's a lot of cops and families of cops who have organized and joined this call earlier. If you're a cop and you really want to help your community and your people, find another way. But no, that doesn't mean joining racist Facebook groups. That's actually going the wrong way. So yeah, I'm going to go ahead and just say defund the police. Once again, invest in our communities, and I yield my time.
Thank you, Raquel. The next public comment will be from Lucy, followed by Sophia. Lucy, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Can you please unmute your microphone and confirm you can see the timer on your screen?
Yeah, I can see the timer.
Thank you. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
Hi, my name is Lucy. I want to say that calls to protect people who are suicidal aren't minor calls. This is life or death for people. It's great that Officer Keegan has learned a lot about cahoots. I'm so glad that the city of Santa Rosa is taking an interest in this. Today's presentation and stats don't acknowledge that many people who don't call SRPD when they are in crisis is because they aren't safe with police. Our mobile support team is awesome, but I don't believe they have the staffing capacity or the authority they should to do all the work they need to do. We put the decision to use the mobile support team in the hands of the police, so only police who like the mobile support team will even use it, and their hours are limited. Police officers in plain clothes are still police officers. This isn't just about the appearance of an officer being a trigger for people. This is also about the fact that mental health professionals and nurses have a different job with different training and expertise than a police officer. Crisis training is fine, but it doesn't turn a police officer into a therapist or a social worker. Those are different specializations that are better suited than the police to supporting people in mental health crises and in our houseless population. People act like defunding the police is a galling idea, but there is endless defunding of mental health programs in our country. Funding a Cahoots-like program or strengthening our mobile strength support team to become like Cahoots, 24 hours a day, city or county-wide, able to transport people in their own vehicles, able to be dispatched when safe without police by direct request from our community is the only thing that makes sense. Thank you. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you, Lucy. The next public comment will be from Natalie, followed by Sunrise Movement. Natalie, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Can you please unmute your microphone and confirm you can see the timer on your screen?
Yes, I can see the timer.
Thank you. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
Thank you. My name's Natalie, and I'm calling in today to express my concern over the fact that some people think giving the police more money will somehow solve our mental health crisis in Sonoma County. History has proven that the police are not an effective solution to helping our houseless population. It goes against all common sense that police would respond to these calls. Let's do something that will actually make the community better. Fund social workers, rehabilitation programs, and therapists. We will be needing the police less when these calls are taken off their hands, so certainly they can manage with a smaller budget. I am in support of the Cahoots program in our city. I hope you will put funding into programs that actually make a difference in our community and less money towards policing. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you. The next public comment will be from Sophia. Sophia, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Can you please unmute your microphone and confirm you can see the timer on your screen?
I can see it. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank you very much. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
My name is Sophia, and I'm going to touch on something that hasn't been mentioned today, but that has everything to do with what the topic is today. Europe has a program that trains their law enforcement officers for 3 years. And in America, you can become a law officer within 21 weeks. They also do not carry guns in Europe. They have a special squad that is trained to only use weapons when necessary, and they do not respond to most calls. So it is absolutely absurd the amount of training that goes into American police officers, and they carry guns and use them at will. Police do not keep us safe. They keep the 1%ers safe and themselves safe. We need professionals who are actually trained in mental health. I want to remind you of a case that wasn't the Santa Rosa Police Department, but Sonoma County Sheriff's Department, Jeremiah Chass, in 2007. He was 16 years old. He had a mental health crisis, and the night before, Santa Rosa Memorial Hospital turned him and his family away from asking for help. This is unexcusable. He was then murdered in his own vehicle. I do support Cahoots program, and fund it by defunding the police. If they are against defunding of their department, then let's have them, each and every officer, go through the 3-year program that is implemented in all European countries that deals with mental health and that deals with actually protecting and serving your community instead of terrorizing and murdering innocent people and making problems worse. This is 2020. For God's sake, let's please improve the life of all, not the 1%ers. And homeless are not criminals. They have been dealt a shitty hand by the 1%ers in this community and increasing every cost of life in this community. Let's stop acting like they're criminals. They could just as easily be you. I have seen more decent people in homeless people than in the rest of Sonoma County, because guess what? They care about their community. All y'all care about is keeping your 1% like budget in your pocket. Think about other people. Put yourself in their shoes and ask yourself if you'd like to be called a criminal just because you were dealt a shitty hand. I yield my time.
Thank you. The next public comment will be from Robert, followed by Paulina. Robert, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Can you please confirm you can see the timer on your screen?
I can now, yes, thanks.
Thank you. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
Hello, my name is Robert Edmonds. I'm the former vice chair of the Community and Local Law Enforcement Task Force. Unfortunately, I got cut off from the public comment earlier because of the way the public notifications for the Zoom session were done. So I just wanted to go back a little bit and talk about last night at the Board of Supervisors, the Evelyn Cheatham ordinance was approved. And I would really encourage the City Council and the Santa Rosa Police Department to begin discussions, if those already haven't been started, with the Board of Supervisors and with Director Evelyn Navarro from ILARO about a possible Joint Powers Authority or MOU to use the services of what will hopefully be a much improved ILARO after the voters approve the ordinance. The amount of resources, the depth of, let's say teeth. People always talk about wanting to have teeth in civilian review. That will be present in that model versus what Santa Rosa has with the contract auditor model. There's really no comparison. And we already saw what happened with Bob Aronson being basically forced out once he disagreed with what city leaders were or were not doing to serve the homeless population and how that affected policing. So I would really just encourage that we move away from this contract auditor model and to a real robust model that has subpoena power, investigative authority, and through an MOU or a joint powers authority could bring the necessary resources to bear to adequately fund some real oversight of policing. Also, I do want to really applaud Lieutenant Cregan for his in-depth investigation of the CAHOOTS model. And I want to raise a concern with that, though, that I sort of hear this undertone of an analogous thing happening with the MST, with the way that we're doing things in the county now. And there really is no analog compared to the CAHOOTS model with the amount of resources, with the 500 hours of training, and with the commitment that the city leaders in Eugene and Springfield have made to supporting that office and some real viable and useful services for the community that move money away from having to spend it on policing and to actually serving the public. So thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you. The next public comment will be from Paulina. Paulina, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Can you please unmute your microphone and confirm you can see the timer on your screen?
Yes, I can see the timer. Thank you.
Thank you. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
My name is Paulina. I am a resident of Santa Rosa. We have selected you to be our representatives. After the community asked you to defund the police, you all still went ahead and approved a budget that the community did not want. It was very clear. It is heartbreaking to see so many people without homes. Look at your budget. It's time that you really start focusing on the roots of violence, on the roots of the issues that our community is currently facing. It has been very clear by all the previous comments that we do not feel safe with the police. I do not feel safe by the police after being stopped by a Santa Rosa cop without wearing a mask. I am in full support of divesting from the police and investing in the community. The police department is not capable to handle mental illness. We want a better Santa Rosa, and I am in full support of implementing a CAHOOTS program. And I do not yield my time so you can reflect for the rest of my minutes on my comment.
Seeing no additional hands raised, I'm going to move on to the voice message public comment. It looks like there were none. Now we'll move on to email public comments on item 4.1, and there were no email public comments either, Mayor.
Okay, do the interpreters need a break? We've been at it a little bit longer than an hour.
It is about that time for a brief intermission to transition to the opposite line.
Okay, why don't we reconvene at 11:45? Reconvene at 11:45. And as soon as I see my two colleagues, Liz, you're free to do, okay. Liz, could you do a roll call, please?
Yes, sir. Councilmember Sawyer?
Here.
Vice Mayor Fleming?
Here.
Mayor Schwedhelm?
Here.
Let the record show all members are present.
And Mayor, can we do a brief announcement just to let people know that the interpretation to the Spanish channel is now active again after the transition? Charles, would you mind translating that portion?
Y ahora el canal del español ya está disponible y activa otra vez.
Thank you. To engage in the Spanish channel, participants can click on the interpretation button in Zoom. To transition over, it looks like a globe on your Zoom toolbar.
Si los miembros quieren cambiar al canal de español, pueden oprimir el botón ahí en Zoom que parece un globo que dice interpretación.
Thank you, Charles. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, thank you for that. So just to update everyone, I've got a hard stop before 1 o'clock, so we'll go through the next break, and then it's my understanding both Vice Mayor Fleming and Councilmember Sawyer will be able to remain on the call. So we'll continue through the agenda. And so we're back to item 4.1, bringing it back to the council for comments and or direction to staff. Mr. Sawyer, I'll start with you. Did you have any feedback or direction, or would you like to start a conversation?
Well, I'm still curious about which parts of the various models we would want to embrace. And I know that there's appear to be good pieces of all of them. I do like the concept of, or I'm responding to the concern of police officers in their full uniform creating anxiety in certain calls, but I also understand that they wouldn't necessarily be at all the calls, and I think that would be a model that I would like to try to move toward to relieve them of that responsibility and to put it into the hands of professional social workers, et cetera, that are trained in dealing with mental illness, et cetera. So I think that we have an opportunity probably to cherry pick, if you will, certain elements and create a model, at least as time goes on. It can change. I think the needs can change. And if we feel we want to add certain levels of service or change how we conduct business, we can have what might be considered a unique version of these various programs that seem to have a high level of success. So I'm open to, at this point, we're at the very beginning of these conversations, and that may be frustrating for some, but we have to start someplace. So we don't, it's very important to get a status of where we are, because I find it impossible to know where we're going to go unless we know where we are. So I'm looking forward to more information.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Fleming.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Sawyer. What I'm hoping, I know it's a little challenging on Zoom, but I imagine that if we were all sitting in the chamber together, we would hopefully just start talking about, what elements we like, what elements we don't like. And, it is, like I said, really tough in this format to just sort of go back and forth because we kind of go in order. But, with, John's long-term experience in the community and the mayor having been the police chief and served with SRPD for 31 years and my 2 decades as a social worker, I feel like perhaps we can try to put our minds together here and figure out at least, what, because I don't have the police experience. I don't know what about, what parts of this, to your mind, Mayor, where you see the difficulties in moving toward a social worker based model. I can speak to my own things, but I want to make sure, one of the things that I see here is that on the staff side, because we are not a social service agency by charter, we have our police officers who've done an awesome job of stepping up and bringing us this here, but we don't have, professional social workers part of this conversation. So one of the things going forward is as we develop this, I am very interested in bringing on at least a consultant from a mental health perspective who has deep experience in this, as was mentioned, that the CAHOOTS program, but I know that there are lots of programs that are successful throughout California and other states in doing this, so that we can kind of strike the right balance here. But off the cuff, I am not particularly interested in having, or I'm interested in having a response to not dangerous mental health or substance abuse crises happen from non-uniformed people in polo shirts, social workers, and not having it be a uniformed or armed response. What I like about the CAHOOTS program in particular is, and that I have never had access to in my professional experience, is the ability to transport a person in crisis without putting them into a police car, because I believe that is a way to avoid criminalizing a mental health problem or something that's a disease or an addiction. And so I think that to that end, I think we can I'd like us to start exploring having social work teams be the first line of call for these specific types of requests for service, and then working with our officers to provide backup as necessary, or some sort of hybrid model with either plainclothes officers and social workers going out. I like the model where you have a nurse and a social worker together, because I know that there are times when you're dealing with some organicity or some sort of problem that I know is beyond the scope of my expertise, where it's not mental health, it's not substance abuse, and it's a different kind of medical. Of course, mental health problems are medical problems, but the kind that we're going to need an EMT or a nurse to treat. So I think if you can send out those two individuals together, and then especially if they have the ability to transport, and then if we have a close relationship with our beat officer in that situation for backup, that might be one way to go with it. And the other thing is when Mayor and the city manager and the police chief and I were in DC, we visited the community-oriented policing office, and I'd be interested to see if they had additional resources that we could tap into, or if we might, through this process, set aside some grant money to go out for grants to assist us with this. I know the CAHOOTS program is only $1.2 million, but it also sounds like they have more demand for their program than they're meeting in a similarly sized city. And our police budget is, of course, so much bigger than that. So, while we can look at using police funding, I would love this program to be robust and to meet as many of the community's needs as possible, so that we can work toward de-escalation and demilitarization and decriminalization of things that are not actually criminal behavior. Another thing that I think that this has the real opportunity to do is to allow our police officers to do police work. And I think the flip side of this is that there's social work and there's police work, and our police officers have been asked to be social workers. And that's a really tough thing for people to do who, some people, when I listen to Captain Cregan talk about it, he clearly has the heart of someone who could have been a social worker, but not every police officer wants to do that work and should be made to do that work. And, our community deserves people who are doing the kinds of work that they signed up to do. And while it's commendable that some of our officers are willing to do it, it's also fair that not all of them are willing to do it. And we should not be placing the burden of a broken mental health system and social service system and, generations of undoing our public commons on our officers, and then expect them to not have any kind of negative response to this. So I think our community deserves a robust program. I'd love to bring in consultants straight away and really work toward getting very clear definition on what kinds of calls they would respond to, and developing that model from the bottom up. So is that clear enough? No, I said a lot.
Let me get my comments, and then I'll pose that very same question to our city mayor. So for me, I'm like just cutting to the chase. I very much appreciate Captain Cregan's comments. I've done my own research on many of the programs that he had mentioned, and I'm at the point where we need to bring that CAHOOTS model here to Santa Rosa. I don't think we need to wait. We got enough information. Because one of the things that, I appreciate both the captain and the chief and the next item about the data. For me, in my experience, not all calls for service are created equal. In other words, it's hard to compare a, cold residential burglary report with someone who's in crisis. And so we got the data, even though if it's 5% of the calls, these are the most important, some of the most important 5% of the calls. So I think it's enough where I would like us to go out there, and I think Captain Cregan mentioned they'd be willing to help us model our program, because I would like to ask, and I think it should be going through police dispatch, because our community knows that'll be 24/7, you'll get an answer. 211, we're still working on the system, and at one point I think we may be able to transition it, but I think we have enough information, and I'd love to be able to provide that additional training to our dispatchers who are taking those calls to do that assessment type of call. So I would like us to start just moving forward, exploring that, because if we go in that direction, and again, thinking this would be the size that would fit Santa Rosa, then I would just ask the city manager, come to the city council, where are we going to find the funding? And that'll be another conversation with all 7 of us. But I'm ready to move forward with a program model after the CAHOOTS, where there are 2 civilian personnel properly trained with mental health, and whether it be an EMT or other, the second position, I'm open for those recommendations. So let me bring it back to John or Victoria. Thoughts, comments, anything to add? Go ahead, John. I think you're unmuted.
Not having experience as a public safety officer and not having experience as a social worker, I would, I bring up the experience as just a community member, and also one listening to the comments, not only from those that are communicating with us today, but also the various emails and calls that I've received. I'd be perfectly willing to embrace the CAHOOTS model. And because it is, I would assume that their program has evolved over the last 30 years, and they, I'm sure, are doing things now that they didn't do when they first started, and we would be in the same boat. And so I would be, if there are some elements that we should consider right off the bat that they are not doing for some reason, I'd be willing to entertain that as well. But I do agree with the need to move swiftly, and so I asked for more information. I think that we'll probably get more information when we start going down the road of considering CAHOOTS. I think that we still would have to identify a nonprofit that would be willing to take on certain responsibilities. And I'm not sure exactly what the next steps would be, but I'm sure the city manager would be, more than capable of knowing how to take those next steps, and be in touch with the CAHOOTS organization, or that might even come from our police chief. So I'm willing to move forward.
Vice Mayor?
Yeah, I'm good with that in terms of just going ahead and moving forward with the CAHOOTS model. The one thing you touched on around funding and finding it is that, the community has been really very clear about wanting the money to come out of the police budget. And so I think that that's something that we need to look and see if it's possible for us to do. The other thing is that I don't want us to underfund this. I want it to be robust. And when I hear 1.1 or $1.2 million, I think that seems a little shy for the value that they're getting in Eugene. And if we start there, that's fine. But I really do think that we have some significant problems. One of the other things is that Eugene is demographically a different place than here in some ways. And so, there's just going to be tweaks that are going to need to be made along the way. And I think that that's going to be an ongoing journey. So I hope that we start with, a realistic expectation of what this is going to cost, and also realistic understanding that, it will take some time, that the benefit is going to outweigh the cost. And especially if we can get to diverting 5% of police calls for, a little over $1 million.
Okay, and just comment on both what I just heard. For me, the 1.1 million is actually somewhat taken out of context because that's a Eugene cost. And as Chief Navarro said, or Captain Cragen said, if UGPD's got 212 sworn officers and we're at 175, and again, not knowing what type of calls for service they do or don't respond to, that's why, you know, what I would be asking the city staff, we like a model similar to what Cahoots has in Eugene, Oregon, but let's Santa Rosa-ize it. Whatever that figure is, whatever those dollars are, the personnel, because I totally agree with the Vice Mayor. I don't want this as a unit that goes call to call, because again, they need to take the time because these are very complex and challenging situations. So that's what I would like to see in the proposal. You know, the other thing too is, and I know the county is proposing a core-cent sales tax regarding mental health. I'm not sure what impact that may or may not have with the mobile support team, because I would also like, to me, I think they complement each other. They're a little bit different models, but I would like to see versions of those here in Santa Rosa. So that might be a little bit outside the purview of this subcommittee because a lot of that funding comes from the county, but that might be something that we can discuss with our colleagues on the Board of Soups. Mr. Sawyer, you had a comment?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. You know, this is, in a sense, what we're dealing with is the tip of the iceberg, because it's one thing to develop a program where we can transport, and I think it's a very important element to be able to transport. And where are we going to transport? Who do we pass this this victim of the break to? Where are they going to go? Or a person who is dealing with a severe drug addiction, and they are acting out, and we have to put our team together and go to the home of someone who's dealing with drug addiction. Where are they going to go? So, you know, having it's one thing for us to develop, and we didn't really talk about, I mean, I'm not sure what the Cahoots, once they transport, who do they have lined up to take the individual who, once they would pass them on to the next professional. So this will be part of that major conversation, because it's not just that first interaction when dispatch calls and says we need the team has to, then when the team transports, assuming that they are able to do that without an ambulance, where do they go? So it's good, and that's going to be really important to deal with the county, perhaps, as our partner. I'm not really sure who we're going to be partnering with, but I think we need to, if we're going to go down this, as we go down this road, we need to make sure that our dominoes are well in place, so that as they tick off, people don't slip through the cracks.
Thank you. Vice Mayor, did you have your hand up?
Yeah, I just wanted to respond to what Councilmember Sawyer is saying, and I think that's where, you know, the nonprofit comes in here and works with the county to coordinate with the crisis stabilization unit and county mental health access to make sure that people get to the right places. But that, you know, although there are, you know, inadequate resources in the county, there are some resources, and there are specific and designated places for people with medical needs, or with detox needs, or with acute psychiatric needs to go. So, and that's something that our, you know, officers already do at present, is they, I'm sure, transport folks, and I'm sure that the chief can confirm this, they do transport people to those resources as appropriate. And so a good nonprofit will know those resources, hopefully, and be able to help us develop that.
And I would just echo those comments. And I just know personally the work that I do with our HOPE team, with some of our most vulnerable members of the population. I learned something new at each meeting, because all the resources are in one room and they talk about it. So at the council level, I wouldn't expect all of us to know those resources, but like the Vice Mayor said, those that are direct service providers absolutely know those. And what if we form this program, I think that just enhances the ability for communication, saying we need more of these resources, which us at the council level then can start identifying potential funding that would be able to assist all those efforts. So with that, Mr. City Manager, I'm not sure if I should be asking you or the chief.
I have what I need. I don't know if the chief has anything else to add.
No, I have what I need, Mayor. Thank you.
All right. Once again, Captain Krieg, an excellent presentation. I appreciate, as you always do, the depth and information that you obtained to share with us. So I really appreciate that presentation. I think everyone who heard it really learned something new. Okay, on to item 4.2. Chief Navarro, are you making that presentation?
Yes, I am. Thank you. And if we can get slide 9 up on there. So first of all, I wanted to start my presentation out just to let you know that we have, as you've seen, we have done a lot of work in looking into some of these other models. I am fully supportive of making changes here in Santa Rosa in the area of mental illness and homelessness, and I have the commitment of my command staff and all of our officers to move in this direction to see what kind of changes we can make. And although new and different, there are going to be challenges, but we're willing to face those and willing to continue to evaluate it and make changes as we go along. So. Over the past year, I've personally had conversations with the Department of Health regarding the mobile support team, where that is right now, and where some of the hopes to increase their capacity. And I've had conversations with chiefs throughout the region on mental illness and homelessness and innovative ways to try to address those outside of sending a police officer to these calls. So this has been something that's been on our mind for some time, and I think this is an opportune time to start making these changes. As we have looked at these new models, we also conducted a broad evaluation of our own calls for service and how we can bring a model like Cahoots or something similar to Santa Rosa and personalize it here to make sure that we're addressing the needs for our community. For this presentation, we conducted a broad overview of calls for service related to mental illness and homelessness. The evaluation included calls for service that were lower priority, so priority 2 and below, to look at that. And then also we tried to look within those priorities and identify high volume calls with low number of arrests, which may indicate non-criminal incidents or a call where an officer had a high discretionary opportunity to release somebody. But with that, this does include arrests, but it's just that type of call for service is what we were trying to look at. These types of calls for service would be what we think might be conducive with sending a social worker or a civilian in lieu of a police officer. And again, this is a broad interpretation on whether or not a police officer would be needed. Again, it's not exhaustive. There could be more, and we'll talk a little bit about what further needs would be to further drill down on that. Next slide, please. So this is I have 2 slides to show you. It's a general breakdown of our calls for service related to mental health and homelessness. This first slide, or what we did was we actually looked at calls for service over the last 5 years. This is from 2015 to 2019. And we wanted to look at a broader range rather than just 1 year, because we've had 2 years, 2017 and 2019, which we had significant emergencies with the fires that may have altered our calls for service a bit. So we wanted to take a little bit broader look at what our calls for service actually look like. So taking the 5-year averages and totals, we've included homeless related calls. The total number of calls that you'll see, and then you'll see the yearly average. So we have, the persons in need of shelter, we received annually, it's an average of 740 calls for service. It's about 0.5% of our calls. City ordinance violations, that's quality of life type calls, could be littering, something similar to an open container, and something that would meet a city ordinance violation. that would be related to homelessness. We received a yearly average of about 3,700 calls for service regarding that. Drunken public or public intoxication calls, these are misdemeanor crimes, but these are usually the ones that we will go and we'll find somebody who is publicly intoxicated. It could include calls that are not homeless, but we do have a high number of homeless related calls that involve public intoxication, and we average about 560 calls for service in that particular area. And then we get a call, we have a call for service. It's a person down or a subject down, and those are often medical calls that we will respond to. Excuse me. A lot of times we don't know what that is, so it could be an actual victim of a crime, and so we do respond to these at this point. And we respond to an average of about 1,230 of those on any given year. And again, it's a significant amount of time. All told, the homeless related calls for service related to these 4 bullet points are about 4.5% of our calls for service on any given year. Next slide, please. So this next slide has to do more with mental health related calls. And again, this is not a complete exhaustive list of everything, but it's being able to go into our CAD system and try to filter out some of the calls for service that are more common with something that may not, we might be able to give to a social worker. So Captain Cregan talked a little bit about suicidal threats or people in emotional crisis. Sometimes they don't end up being a danger to themselves, but we're going to the calls and trying to address it and get the person services that they need. And so we average about 260 calls for service a year on those types of calls. And then people who are reported to be a danger to themselves or others, this type of call usually falls within the 5150, or we take somebody in to be evaluated to the county facility. We average about 420 calls for service on any given year. So to putting those two together, just with those two or those general bullet points, it's about 5% of our total calls for service. So it really lines up with the types of calls that Captain Cregan had found in reaching out to Cahoots and also to Eugene, Oregon. So it's very interesting to see how, no matter where you are, many of these calls are going to be, it's probably about the same amount of calls that are at any given jurisdiction or police department that we're dealing with. The next slide, please. So we had the opportunity to do a very comprehensive look at Cahoots and look at some of these other calls or the other programs that are out there. With the going into our own data, we're finding it's a bit difficult to try to pull out different information because calls for service will go in at maybe as one type of call, such as it could be coming out as a suspicious subject. And then when an officer arrives, it becomes a quality of life type call for service, or maybe it's a mental health call, that sort of thing. So we're still trying to drill down a little bit deeper. So one of the things that we have found is that with this broad overview, we believe that something similar to Cahoots coming here to Santa Rosa or utilizing any other type of, I think anything would be beneficial, but I think that what we're seeing is that this type of program could come in and definitely provide an impact, mitigating impact on police resources and assist our community our homeless community and people suffering from mental illness to provide them with a better service. However, I think what we're going to need is we need to do a deeper dive. We need an expert to be able to help with analyzing these calls for service. We have done a staffing study in the past, and we're trying to look at that also, but it's what we found is, it's important to have somebody who can come in, some type of expert in drilling down in these to be able to help us get a better grasp on, to see whether there's more calls for service that we can actually provide a nonprofit organization. So there are potentially more calls that might fit into this particular set. And we are, right now, we lack the personnel to conduct such an analysis. We don't have a research and grant coordinator anymore, and we're going to need assistance with pulling some of that out. So it does go back to, I think, some points that I believe you were making on bringing somebody in to actually do a consultant work to assist us in that particular area. So I know that was a very broad overview of calls for service. I'm open to have any questions. Again, we are fully supportive of making changes in this particular area, and I'm eager to hear feedback on what you would like us to hear, or what other kind of feedback you would need from a data point to provide you with that information.
Okay, thank you, Chief. Mr. Sawyer, Ms. Fleming, questions?
The chief mentioned hiring some advisory group or consultants to help us design, if you will, a program that would work for Santa Rosa. I think that to the information that we can gather together, or that a consultant could analyze, would be really helpful in helping us right size the program, as was mentioned before, Santa Rosa-izing the program, so that we are so we're starting off on the right foot and we don't underestimate the needs. I'd be curious to know how many homeless people are currently in Eugene, and that how much that particular part of our residents or how comparable they are to the Eugene model, because I have a feeling if it's not the same, then there will be some tweaks that we would be making to right size our program with some challenges that we may face that they may not face us in the same at the same level. So I think getting some expert assistance in helping us analyze our information and our data would be important to make sure we get off on the right foot. Thank you.
Vice Mayor, do you have any questions, comments?
I do have a comment around, this sort of dovetails on what Councilmember Sawyer mentioned, which is looking at what's going on in Eugene on the unsheltered side. It'd be also interesting to know what kinds of resources they have at the county level and to manage the calls for service that come in, so that when we do set this program up, since it looks like that's the direction we're going, that we make sure that we do have the resources that we need, and that if we don't have those resources that we need, that we work toward building them up so that we can have a program that is ultimately successful. And one of the things that I like about the Cahoots program is that it does three things really well. One is that it addresses people who are not engaged in violent criminal acts, people who actually need help in a way that's not militaristic. Two, it allows police to not have to deal with these challenges that are not within necessarily their hard scope or their primary core of what we think of as police work. And third, it also has an element that we didn't really talk much about in our discussion of improving quality of life, that they that they work on collecting needles and doing other types of things that are both dangerous for our unsheltered population as well as people who use our parks, common spaces, and are generally just not good for the quality of life of everybody who lives in Santa Rosa. And I think that is kind of like the icing on the cake and something that I'd like to see go forward once we get the fundamentals of a program in place. So I'm just interested to learn a lot more about what we can offer and how we can do it. But as far as the calls for service go, I think it's really interesting that we have very similar numbers to Eugene, and hopefully the program will translate here well with a number of tweaks that I'm confident that we can implement.
Thank you. And my comments are similar to the last item. And I'm not sure if Chief, you mentioned it, or Captain Cregan. Did you suggest, or would you suggest someone coming to look at it, Santa Rosa? Would that be like the Whitebird Clinic, or who would actually do that evaluation if we're trying to model after the Cahoots? Because I would believe they've got 30 some odd years of experience. They know what questions to ask, that we're kind of just shotgunning it here.
Yeah, so Cahoots does have provide the ability to come and do the consultant work and try to help set that up. I think we'll have to drill down a little bit more on that, and that's a discussion I think we'll have to have as a city with the city manager moving forward. But they do offer that. They do offer that service, because as to Vice Mayor's comments, there's a lot of things that when we look at these calls for service, how do they come in? What do they actually end up being? Is it one person that we're getting a call about, or are there multiple subjects? And then really trying to get, it's not only educating us as a police department, but the community and our local nonprofits to help them understand that this is going to actually work. And so I think that is an important thing that we can do.
I just want to stress that it would be somebody with that experience. I can't promise that it's going to be one individual contractor. We would have to review with the police, legal, and purchasing exactly how to bring on the subject matter expert, but it'd be a firm that had extensive experience, or an organization that had extensive experience in this area.
Yeah, absolutely. Because I was thinking, as we're having this discussion, there's probably an RFP process or something similar, and then selecting the most appropriate and experienced group. So any other comments from my colleagues on the subcommittee? Okay. So we are now taking public comments on item 4.2. If you wish to make a comment via Zoom, please raise your hand. If you're dialing in via telephone, please dial *9 to raise your hand. You'll have 3 minutes. Madam Zoom host, would you facilitate this process?
Thank you, Mayor. As we've stated earlier, a countdown timer will appear before you for the convenience of the viewers and speakers. If you are participating from the Spanish channel and wish to make a public comment, at the time your name is called, turn off the Spanish channel to make your public comment. That icon may look like a circle with an ES in the middle and the word in Spanish underneath. When you engage in your public comment, our interpreter on the panelist side will assist. The first public comment will be from Eric, followed by Kay Reinhardt. Eric, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Can you please unmute your microphone and confirm you can see the timer on the screen?
I have, and I can.
Thank you. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
Thank you very much. Eric Frazier, once again, and I appreciate your patience and kindness in allowing me to comment. The devil's in the details, and I have to tell you, this data is a mess. It is, and I have concerns about what consultant you'd bring in to shed more light on data that seems to be systemically defective. For instance, while this call out of potential calls for service that could be replaced by a Cahoots type program amount to only about 5% of the calls, it seems to me that these quality of life calls would represent a substantial more amount of bandwidth for the police department. But for some reason, it's not showing up in the data. I think there's a lot of confusion. I know I'm really confused. I can't really analyze it that closely because just the terminology doesn't make any sense. When you have a citizen calling into the police department That's a call into your police department, but then you're sending a uniformed police officer out on a call. That's a different type of call. In fact, we see in the data that there's a lot of calls that the police does not respond to, some 100,000 or more. What are those calls? Are they duplicate calls about the same incident? Are they calls from the public for petty crime or, car break-ins that we don't have a police response? Instead, we're sent to a website to fill out a form. You guys need to help us understand this data. When I look at this data, just as a manager, what I see is somebody that's inflating data in order to impact the budget. I don't see data that's actually useful from a management sense. And again, I don't mean to denigrate our police officers, but there's a defect, a substantial defect in our management here. And furthermore, I would just guess that the Pareto type of equation would apply to this, where we're really talking about 20% of the calls that can probably be directed to people that are not uniformed within the police department or outside of the police department. That's a number that's much higher than presented here. And if there is a 20% diversion of calls, for instance, how could that not even possibly relate to a 5% reduction in the police budget? I'm really afraid that what we're doing may just be a shell game, and especially because the data is not reliable, it does not jive with logic. We need to do better there. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next public comment will be from Kay Reinhardt, followed by Evan. Kay, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Can you please unmute your microphone and confirm you can see the timer on your screen?
Ready to go.
Thank you. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
Good morning again, everyone. Thank you for this Public Safety Committee. It's very important. God bless America. Hey! I am very sorry. I'm very sorry. I'm interrupted. Would you mind lowering my hand, and I'll take care of this, and I'll raise my hand again. Thank you. All right, I'm still here. Oh. All right, so I appreciate the Chief's data research. I appreciate the Chief's data research. Come here. Very much. It looks to me like there's about 9.5% of quality of life and mental health crisis calls. Mental health crisis calls. So I think there's money in the police budget, even the amount that was denied at the budget hearing, that extra 1.4 million or whatever it was. I think there's some money there that we could use for this. Secondly, Liam Connor Reinhardt, say his name. My late son, Liam Connor Reinhardt. I am disappointed in the police department, but I haven't given up on him, because the officer who attended his suicide or danger to himself or others 5% during the time that the team was available to evaluate him. I'm very disappointed that that didn't happen. But at the same time, the officers who responded may have decided themselves, well, let me not put it that way. Let me say the officer who was in charge of the response may have had so much experience with these calls that he was fairly certain that Liam Connor Reinhardt was not going to be made a 5150 before he committed suicide the next day. So I'm a little disappointed about that, but we are moving in the right direction. I appreciate the Chief's analysis. And again, Vice Mayor, Council Member Sawyer, Mayor Schwedhelm, looking towards cahoots and trying to get this thing off the dime and get it going. I really, really appreciate that. So thanks for your time.
Thank you. The next public comment will be from Evan, followed by Joe Bell. Evan, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Can you please unmute your microphone and confirm you can see the timer on the screen?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank you very much.
Sorry about that delay.
That's okay. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
Again, this is Evan Phillips. First off, I just conceptually would like to thank and commend Mayor, Vice Mayor, Chief Navarro, and everybody. I know myself, other community organizers, lots of groups have been relentless about these issues. And in all honesty, we're going to continue to be relentless about them. But that's because we care and love our community. And it's extremely important to us. So even when we seem oppositional, I hope you know that that's the place we're operating from. And I'd like to remind you about the focus and purpose and what this moment is really about. There's an opportunity to repair and build trust and credibility with the community, to do better and be better. But some of the sentiments were just expressed. This is not going to be effective if we are under-resourced, if there's not substantial enough budget, if there's not proper data analysis, if it's not robust enough, as Vice Mayor Fleming pointed out. And as part of this, to try and actually get it right, because it seems that you are sincerely trying to get it right, learn from the past. And we could use independent community committee in addition to credible outside expert consultation, because the whole point is this must be effective. It has to be effective. And historically, there is a lot of cause for concern, first about the sincerity, which I believe to have shifted, and then about the implementation, the amount of time and money and energy and resources that this takes. And it's going to be very hard to remain credible with the community if you do not include some reasonably vetted community experts to chime in on the decision-making process of how this is implemented for mental illness, homelessness, CAHOOTS, et cetera. And we don't necessarily have to follow CAHOOTS. We can maybe do something better. The fact they have 30 years to build upon gives us an opportunity to do better. So one, I'd like to thank you, but I also encourage you to realize the historic moment we're in and to really embrace that moment and lead and be people that we can reference decades from now of that there was a shift in our community when we started to actually get it right and look out for each other in a more holistic way that implements justice as a whole holistic concept. So thank you for the time. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you, Evan. The next public comment will be from Charlotte. Charlotte, please unmute your microphone and confirm you can see the timer on your screen.
I can see it. Thank you.
Thank you. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
Awesome. Thanks. My name is Charlotte Borg. I'm a longtime resident of Santa Rosa. Thank you for your support on this issue, City Council members. It seems to me that this data, however inexact it may be due to time or staff constraints or unclear due to mixing of terminology, it demonstrates a need in our community for a CAHOOTS-like program. These are only some of the kinds of incidents that CAHOOTS responds to, and it's an average of almost 7,000 calls a year based on this data, with just 6 of the categories of many nonviolent events police are currently expected to respond to. So again, I'd like to thank you for voicing your support for this kind of program in our town. It's very much needed. One major concern that I've had on my mind, sorry about the computer noises, I'm technically at work right now. One major concern that I've had on my mind is that 3 people were abducted by ICE in Sonoma County this week. I know we're technically a sanctuary city or indivisible city, depending on who you ask, but this program will need to be extremely clear that immigration status will not be weaponized against people calling for help. There needs to be official assurances in place that undocumented people reaching out for support from this prospective program are safe from ICE in doing so. Thank you. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you, Charlotte. The next public comment will be from Roman, followed by Libby. Roman, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Can you please confirm you can see the timer on your screen?
Yeah, I see it.
Thank you. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
Hello, my name is Roman. Thank you for the presentation on CAHOOTS, and also thank you for making this accessible to Spanish speakers. I agree with Eric, the data it seems to be all over the place. Early June, Chief Navarro stated that the police department responded to close to 150,000 calls this year, or was it last year? And then in July, it was made known to the public. They only responded to around 50,000. So I'm not sure where that came from or what's up with that, but it's that kind of misinformation that really hinders us in this process, improving our city's response to these issues. And the CAHOOTS model isn't a city program, and here we have the city pushing this forward, so I don't know how exactly that'll play out. The biggest problem that I find is that, you know, people are going to keep calling and saying, what the hell are you doing? So I think what we could do right now is the city work in conjunction with the county mobile support team that's already in place. The police department benefits from this program, but offers nothing to it. And I don't really know the relationship between Santa Rosa and the Board of Supervisors. They don't seem to do a lot for our city. But I think this is a way to address the issue while work is being done towards some sort of CAHOOT-style program. That's probably going to take months or years to really jumpstart. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ramon. The next public comment will be from Libby, followed by resident 5768. Libby, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Can you please unmute your microphone and confirm you can see the timer on your screen?
I can see the timer. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank you very much. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
Hi, my name's Libby. I live in the Roseland area of Santa Rosa, and I'm glad to see that this meeting is happening. I'm glad that there is accessibility for Spanish speakers. I think that CAHOOTS is one thing that we can do. I appreciate that this is being talked about and that there is support that is vocal about that. However, I want to really see a commitment to follow up. Like, this needs to be properly funded if we're even going to go in this route. We need proper staffing. I don't want to see the same mistake that was made with ILR, where it wasn't given the teeth that it needed to be an effective ordinance. We absolutely need this to be effective. So make sure it has proper staffing, make sure it has proper funding. And also, I don't really see this as the end-all be-all solution. I think this is one thing we can do. Ultimately, I think we need to divest more money from the police department and bring more of this money into community care, to mutual aid, housing the houseless, giving them the resources they need, actually having mental health responders, more CAHOOTS programs, something better than that. You know, listen to the people and make sure that if you're going to do something like this, make sure that it's actually effective, because if not, then you're just showing us that you don't care and you're really only in it for your own investment. So yeah, I yield the rest of my time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next public comment will be from resident 5768, followed by Scott. Resident 5768, I have unmuted your microphone. Please confirm you can see the timer on your screen.
I can see it.
Thank you. Please identify yourself for public record if you choose to do so, and your time begins now.
Hi, my name is Melissa. Thanks for having this meeting again. I really do appreciate the support going forward. I have some comments that I want to make. I echo the concerns regarding our undocumented community. They need to be supported and known that when they call for help, they are not going to be turned over to ICE. So this is a very immediate and emergency situation for our undocumented community. I also support there being some sort of an independent auditor finding the data, since the data doesn't seem to be super clear, and I don't know how we would do that, but we need to have concrete data. And also, we need to have consultants, mental health consultants from our community, so from the programs that are already running, because they have relationship with our direct community and they need to be the voices that are heard. And while I'm really excited for a CAHOOTS-like model, I think it will take time. And in the meantime, we should boost our mobile support team, because that is a resource that is super underfunded, understaffed, and could be really put to use if they had more resources. So we already have something in place. How do we make that more effective while we are working on a larger model for the city and the county? So yeah, thanks. That's all I have to say. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. The next public comment will be from Scott, followed by De La Shea. Scott, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Can you please unmute your microphone and confirm you can see the timer on your screen?
I can indeed.
Thank you. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
Hi, I'm Scott. So listening into this, it seems like this is being pushed as a program under the purview of the city council and the city budget. However, Cahoots itself is overseen by a nonprofit organization and is independent. Whatever program is being developed needs to be developed in conjunction with community input. We need to move forward with centering recommendations from the community, particularly targeted communities such as the houseless and communities of color. This needs to not center input from the police department in particular. The council has consistently shown a clear conflict of interest in matters of police oversight and budgeting already, and cannot be trusted to get this right by themselves. We've already seen a lack of oversight in this process and a lack of transparency and clarity in terms of the data collected and reviewed to reach this point. As with the Iolero initiative for the county and the Evelyn Chatham ordinance, this really does require and demand community oversight and an independent office to oversee the development and implementation of any initiatives as a result. Thank you. You have my time.
Thank you. The next public comment will be from De La Shea, followed by Anna. De La Shea, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Can you please unmute your mic and confirm you can see the timer on your screen?
Yes, I can now see the timer on my screen.
Thank you. Please identify.
My name is De La Shea, and I want to make sure that this Cahoots program won't be in cahoots with the police department. The police department should have nothing but funding to do with it. I say that we take the funding from the police department because it is time to defund the police and refund the people. This program should be in the hands of mental health agencies, not the police. I don't trust the police to handle any funding, much less anything that has to do with mental health. I do say that I'm happy that we're having this meeting today and that we're even having discussions. And I'd like to see that this goes further than just discussions. No more lip service, but actual substance from these collections of empty words, because right now, seeing is believing for me. The police definitely needs to be defunded, and putting 1% towards Ilero's one part, putting some funding into this is a whole nother thing. This needs ample funding. This is a serious issue in Sonoma County, and it's time that we stop making people with any disease suffer in the hands of the police. And with that, I will yield my time.
Thank you, De La Shea. The next public comment will be from Anna, followed by Defund the Police. Anna, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Can you please unmute your microphone and confirm you can see the timer on your screen?
Thank you so much. This is Anna, and I can see the timer on my screen. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you. Please identify yourself for public record, and your time begins now.
Thank you for this time. My name is Anna Fratellillo, and I'm a mental health worker. I really appreciate that Santa Rosa is having this conversation, and I also want to echo what De La Shea just said about defunding the police. As a mental health worker, I do believe that mental health agencies are potentially, in some ways, more equipped, or definitely more equipped than the police, but hopefully also in support of supporting folks who are dealing with different mental health themes. And I also want to advocate for folks who are those who are accessing mental health services also be centered in conversations about what would be the most supportive services. Mental health, like the police, like many other systems, is also steeped in white supremacy. And so I hope that as this moves forward, that can also be in the conversation, that the histories of social work and psychotherapy are also extremely racist and problematic, and that this initiative, yes, defunds the police and does not funnel more money into law enforcement, but also works to hold mental health professionals accountable, like myself and others. Thank you very much. I yield my time.
Thank you. The next public comment will be from Defund the Police. Thank you. I've enabled your microphone. Can you please confirm you can see the timer on your screen?
Yes, I can.
Thank you. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
Hi, I want to support what Delashay was just saying about defunding the police and how we need people who are experienced in mental health to take over these areas, not the police, because they are not here to keep us safe. They have not done anything to help people of color, to help homeless, but just kick them out, continuously kicking them out and not actually doing anything. Pretty much you guys are just slapping a Band-Aid and moving on. You guys are not putting no real effort into helping homeless people. You guys say it's a problem, but you guys don't want to do anything about this. You guys want to treat them like criminals, which is effed up. This is not okay. They are still human beings and they need our help. They need your help. You guys have the funds, and if you guys think that you don't have the funds, can you just please take the funds out the police department? Need it into the programs that need it.
Caller, are you still there?
Defund the police. I yield my time.
Thank you. The next public comment will be from Megan. Megan, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Can you please confirm you can see the timer on your screen?
I can see the timer on my screen.
Terrific. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
Hi, my name's Megan. I'm a resident of Santa Rosa. I have done reporting on racial bias in 911 calls and spoke with officers, 911 dispatchers, creators of 911 protocols, and advocates. And they all talked about welcoming other options other than sending police cars to every call. I'm glad that Cahoots is being considered, and hope you all listen to residents and create a citizen oversight committee to formalize public participation in the planning and implementation of Cahoots. I agree with other residents like Delashay and Scott that this program should not be housed within or run by the police department. One thing that I also learned, I've heard the comments from other residents about the data, and there's a gap between information input by dispatchers and police, where police don't always update the information about the outcome of call. And when you hire consultants, I encourage you to ask them how to better integrate the data so that we can have transparency about police calls and the actions they take. One more point I would like to make is that in order to be successful, data analysis must include racial and gender bias, and bias for sexual identity, and all of those things need to be taken into consideration. And all calls for service that are flagged as suspicious person are susceptible to these kinds of bias. And so I would encourage you to dive deeper into that data so that you can decide there are far more calls that don't need actual police response immediately that could be flagged as lower level calls. Dispatchers and officers explained to me that those calls automatically get marked with high level of priority, and it's those kinds of calls that lead to the murder of kids like Andy Lopez and Tamir Rice. Finally, I believe that it was Sawyer who mentioned that he was concerned about where people were going to be taken if they needed, if they were in crisis. And I would encourage you to consider defunding the police and creating space to take people who are in crisis. Defund the police. I yield my time.
Thank you. The next public comment will be from Jobel, followed by Huyo. Jobel, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Can you please unmute your mic and confirm you can see the timer on the screen?
Yes, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank you very much. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
Hi, my name is Jolie. You guys have heard me comment on a number of these items. I do want to thank the council and Chief Navarro for beginning to put in the work that needs to be done to look into these programs and look into alternate ways to deal with homelessness, mental health crisis, and the low-level calls. I am also concerned about the data that it does not reflect accurately the number of calls received. It doesn't reflect accurately how those have been broken down to decipher whether they needed police action or not. Also, you know, if I heard correctly, Chief Navarro, you stated that this data was based on the second tier level of call maintenance. And I'm curious to see the data for your higher response calls and see what those calls are entailing, and if there are areas that could have an alternate response to them as well. Just like the last person says, you know, when a suspicious person is called in, this is often racially profiling. This is often, you know, I'm not sure what category this plays into, but we need to look at a wider set of data and also have a lot more transparency around what these calls entailed, what the outcomes were. You know, I'm also concerned by what a number of people have said and my own experiences with our Santa Rosa Police Department. But Chief Navarro, you sit here today and tell us that you support these programs and that they do work and you want to move forward, and yet your team of police officers that you represent are out in the streets laughing in people's faces, scoffing at people, and responding with disdain, disgust, and disinterest to mental health crisis and homelessness, which shows absolutely no compassion and gives me very little trust that the meetings and whatever discussions are happening behind closed doors in your department do not reflect what you are bringing to the committee and representing to the public. So I want to be clear, we see what is happening and your officers are representing you. So if you don't want to be represented like that, you need to be having these serious discussions with them. Please, this is not what we want from our law enforcement. We say defund the police because we believe that the police is not working to its highest capacity in our community. They have forgotten their oath. They have not been trained correctly, whatever the case may be. There is shifts that need to happen. And you and your officers need to take a serious look at this from a personal standpoint, because you are protecting and serving the people. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you. The next public comment will be from Huyo, followed by Natalie. Huyo, I have enabled your speaking permissions. Can you please unmute your mic and confirm you can see the timer on your screen?
Hi, this is Julia. I can see the timer.
Okay, thank you. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
Thanks. This is Julia. I just want to support everyone who has been calling. And I liked what Della Shea said. I'm so for cahoots, but not in cahoots with the police. We need to like fund this program. We want to see it powerful. Yeah, there's just, I think a lot of people have been talking about defund the police, and I think in your last budget meeting, you approved $1.2 million for the new year for police, new vehicles or souping up the vehicles. And what we're saying is that is not a need. Like a need is funding these programs to help the community more now than ever, but it has been needed. And like another thing is the overtime for the police officers, I believe is like a huge expenditure. And, you know, I work for a small business and they don't want me going overtime because frankly, they don't want to pay me time and a half. But also because they don't want me tired and crusty on the job. And we certainly don't want that from our police officers. There's so much money that we can look at to cut from the police and divest to the community. We're really urging you to look into that, please. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you. The next public comment will be from Natalie. Natalie, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Can you please unmute your mic and confirm you can see the timer on your screen?
Yes, I can see it.
Thank you. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
Hi, my name is Natalie, and I'm just calling to reiterate what everyone is saying is that the funding for cahoots needs to come from the police budget. We don't want to see this coming anywhere else. It shouldn't be another part of the city budget. It seems that Vice Mayor Fleming is the only person who's listening to the people when they're saying that they want money to come from the police budget. I encourage the rest of you to listen to the people that you're supposed to serve. We want the police to have a smaller budget, and things like this should be taken from their budget, not other services that our people need. Thank you. I yield my time.
Seeing no additional hands raised, I'm going to move forward to the voice message public comments, which there were none for this item. And likewise, there were no email public comments. Vice Mayor, to you.
Yep. Thank you, Madam Zoom host, as the mayor called you. I'll just call it. Okay. So at this point, let's see, it's been over an hour since we've had a break for our translators. Would you recommend that we take a short recess so that they can switch?
That would be terrific. We only need about a 5-minute recess for the interpreter transition, but if you'd like to take more time.
Well, it's been since 9:30. Why don't we resume at 1:15 so we can all go get something to eat or whatever and use the restroom and come back at 1:15.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Recessed. I'm going to stay on the line briefly with the interpreters to do the next transition.
It's almost possible to make a new meeting.
All right, welcome back, everyone. Seeing a quorum of the Public Safety Subcommittee, we'll call it back to order. Madam Zoom host, can you please take roll?
Happy to. Councilmember Sawyer?
Here.
Vice Mayor Fleming?
Here.
And Mayor Schwedhelm has stepped away.
All right.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Fleming. Can we also just do a brief announcement that the Spanish channel is back online? And I'm hoping Pablo can just do a brief reset and let the Spanish-speaking public know that they can rejoin the interpreter line for Spanish.
Sí, nuevamente estamos convirtiendo esta reunión y les queremos decir del canal de español está nuevamente disponible. En el canal de Zoom solamente tienen que presionar en el icono de un globo en la parte baja de su pantalla.
Thank you, Pablo. And back to you, Vice Mayor. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dina. Okay, and thank you to our interpreters for their service. So we left off after a public comment on item 4.2. Is that correct? City Manager Sue. So then I'll bring it back to Councilmember Sawyer and myself for any final comments before moving on to item 4.3.
I don't have anything to add, Madam Vice Mayor.
Okay, and neither do I. So that includes item 4.2, item 4.3, School Resource Officer Ad Hoc Committee update. Who will be taking that for us here?
So that'll be me, Rainer Navarro, Chief of Police. So this SRO ad hoc update is going to be very, very brief. They're still in the middle of it, but I wanted to provide some information about how it was made up and what their scope is and the current our current situation with our school resource officers. So this first slide is it's basically they're back in July, the City of Santa Rosa School Board decided to put an ad hoc committee together for the question about school resource officers and also safety on campus. And so they requested that we take part in this ad hoc committee. And so we joined this ad hoc committee, and this slide basically shows the makeup of the committee. The committee started meeting on July 7th. They've met 5 times. Last week, the last week of July, it was not a full ad hoc committee. The committee had specific groups, including the administrators and students who took part, and I think any elected officials and the school resource officers were not a part of the one at the end of July, but there have been 4 others where it has been a full ad hoc committee. So the ad hoc committee, as you can see, includes several different people. It includes school resource, or it involves schools, both teachers and administrators, public safety, including one of our school resource officers, sergeant, and 2 of our school resource officers. It also includes youth, adults, and elected officials. They do plan on going through, it was initially supposed to be going through September. I was told that after we made this presentation that there is definitely a possibility that this is going to extend into October as the virtual learning is going to be taking place through that. So they have a little bit more time. Next slide, please. So this next slide basically provides an overview of their scope. There's 5 objectives that they have, and you can see them on the screen. The first one is to understand the school resource officer program within the SRCS schools. including some of the things that they included was to look at their school safety plans, some of the data on discipline, data from our SROs, and looking at articles regarding best practices as it relates to SROs. This information is going to be public. I don't have all of the information. I do not attend all of them. I did attend a portion of the very first one, and they are the first meeting really started with our school resource officers, Officer Crosby, doing a presentation on what a day in the life of an SRO looks like and the kind of work that they do, some of the calls that they respond to, and then how they address issues that aren't typically calls that will take up their time during the day, working with students and working with staff. They also talked about helping create school safety plans as it relates to dealing with significant emergencies or evacuations, such as active shooters or potential active shooters, which we've had over the last, we had 2 over the last couple of years. And so they covered a variety of information there. The second point is to seek and understand people's experiences with SROs on the campuses. The second meeting, there was, I understand there was some discussion on people's experiences, or the question of what are the experiences for students. And so they have since put out a survey for both students and parents on what their feelings are regarding SROs on campus. And so I understand that they received over 700 replies. I think this is some of the information that they're going to give when they do provide a recommendation to the school board at the end of September or in October when they come back and complete the ad hoc committee. Number 3, they're looking at what they need as schools and what they require and need for safety. So they're looking at their own roles in how to maintain a safety from a physical standpoint, psychological standpoint, and emotional safety. So there's been some discussions about what from an SRO standpoint, how do the SROs play into that? If there are SROs on campus, what are they? What their role is? How are they dressed? What their uniforms are? That sort of thing. So we're working through some of those conversations to see where it comes and what the recommendations are going to be at the end of the meetings. Again, number 4, what role should the SROs play on campus? We have a history of, we've been in the schools for over 20 years now, and some of the main reasons that we have SROs in school is to it is part of our community policing culture and philosophy. It's to provide a sometimes youth or anybody really a lot of times in our community the first contact that you have with a law enforcement officer may be on a traffic stop, and which is a negative interaction. It's just nobody, it's somebody violates it could be a speeding ticket or speeding offense or what have you, but it's going to be a negative contact. And so one of the roles that the SRO plays is to provide a positive first impression and first contact with the police officer, and to reduce the anxiety when they see an officer in uniform. So that's one role that they play. The other role that they play, they do assist with helping with some of the teaching, and they go into government classes and they discuss rights and laws. They play a role as mentors. They play a role as assisting in some of the special programs, such as Every 15 Minutes and our GREAT program, which is in the fifth grade classrooms to reduce attempt to reduce the active gang involvement. So we're looking at positive life skills and helping teach and put into their toolkit to give them good life choices. However, we want to be able to provide a quality service, and so if the based on what the recommendations are going to be at the end, and if there's a recommendation to continue the SRO program, we will continue to look at what that role will be, including having a robust MOU to basically provide us direction in the future. And then again, the final one is the recommendations for partnership, which is what I just mentioned, discussing potential MOU and looking at how the research that they're looking at with effective SRO programs throughout the nation, how we can bring that here and how we can continue to develop a program here. The next slide, please. The last point of that again was the recommendation initially was going to be on September 23rd, but we understand it may be going into October. So this slide here, there's been we've had some questions about what are our school resource officers doing right now. Every summer we have school resource officers who end up not having to or not going into all of the schools. So traditionally over the summer, we have, there'll be a summer school program where our officers will be a part of that, and they'll be the liaison for the Santa Rosa City School District. And we'll have a few of our officers working with that summer school program with the school district. But some of the things that have come up this year, because there is no summer school program going on, we have still several areas that our SROs are filling, which are vital roles. One of those things right now is that they're filling patrol vacancies in an effort to reduce patrol overtime within our patrol ranks. And so the officers who would traditionally work through the week, they are, and we have vacant positions because of injury and attrition. They're being plugged in to fill some of those roles. We have one officer, at least one officer a week, who's assigned to the public health order and COVID business compliance checks. And so over the last couple of months, we've been very busy with that particular area. And with that, it's been largely educational. And so there's been a huge push on trying to educate the businesses on how to come into compliance so we don't have to do enforcement efforts. And then there have been some areas where we have had to do enforcement, take enforcement action, and the school resource officers have taken the lead on those in those areas. The SROs are also assigned to our newly formed community engagement team. We recently selected about 14 staff members who will take part in or take the lead in our community engagement efforts. This is not that's not their only role. It's going to be a collateral assignment. And so we have both sworn and civilian staff members who wanted to be a part of this team. And so as we get to the point where we have more opportunities to meet the public in person, they will be the ones who will take the lead on helping form or go to these events, getting other staff to go to attend these events, and to take the lead there. Right now, what we're doing is we are going to use the community engagement team to assist us in some of the social media projects that we have over the next several months, including helping people understand, with the questions that are coming out right now with everything, to start providing more information through social media, and then also on several of these community listening sessions that we're doing with the public. So our school resource officers have been a part of a few of our listening sessions with the youth through Community Action Partnership and the CHOPS Teen Club. And so that's been it's been good to have our SROs be a part of that. SROs are also assisting internally with our logistic issues and regarding the health order and the COVID-19 concerns, and they've been a tremendous help with getting our safety measures in place for our personnel. And as you know, we at the very beginning we had a significant uptick in positive cases within the police department, including the death of Detective Mary Lou Armour. But because of the safety measures that the school resource officers have done, it has helped us tremendously to really keep us safe here, and then keep our equipment safe by sanitizing things, and which translates to keeping the community safe. So they've taken on an important role there. And again, as I mentioned, we have 2 officers that are part of the SRO program, and one of our sergeants, Sergeant Tommy Isaacson, who are part of the ad hoc committee and will be until they complete it. That is all. That is the update. We can provide more of an update in October or after the ad hoc committee completes their assignments and mission, and be able to bring you more information then. With that, I'm open to any questions you might have.
Thank you for your presentation, Chief. Mr. Sawyer, do you have any questions?
No questions, Vice Mayor. Thank you very much.
And I do have a question around the mission of the SROs in our school, and how, because it sounds like the types of services that are provided go beyond, just providing, well beyond providing just security in the classrooms. How did it come to pass that the SROs initially, what is the history of how they got started in our schools, and then how did imagining the program got expanded over time?
Yes, it's a great question, Vice Mayor. So over 20 years ago, we started with 2 SROs. They were primarily involved with, we began having discussions with the City of Santa Rosa schools because of safety issues and ongoing concerns with safety on campus. And so the initial relationship started out of we had a couple of continuation schools, and we had one that was assigned to a continuation school and one that was assigned to, I believe, to assist with some of the other campuses that we had. And at that time, we had 4 high schools. Maria Carrillo had not been started yet or built. As we have grown, or also initially, it was a 50-50 split financially. It was half was being paid for by the school district and half by the police department. As it grew their school felt there was a need for additional officers to provide a better service to the entire school district, and so we expanded that to 5 officers, and each officer was assigned to a high school and the feeder middle school. And the police department, because of the value of what we saw, decided to pick up the tab and pay for the officers full time. The officers, again, as a mission, they're kind of at the front of our community policing philosophy. Most of what they do is not enforcement. There are some things that come up because of certain mandates through law or through maybe through the school district, as far as, when they are mandated to call the police, we address the enforcement issues, but most of their day is checking in and working with the school staff on safety issues and plans, working and being mentors to the youth there. And some of the things that we are hearing right now and learning is, to make this program even better, is to really be intentional on letting the students know, why the officers are there. So those are some of the things that we're working on, and that may be a part of a proposed MOU in the future. So that was kind of the history, and then we've, now we do have an additional school district, the Rosen School District, that was annexed in 2017. We don't have a school resource officer for that one, but our officers have rotated over to that school district to provide support and mentorship. And some of the other things that they do, both in the Santa Rosa School District and Roseland, they take part in career days. They take part in what they call portfolio days, mock interviews for jobs, that sort of thing. So there's a lot of other things that go into play outside of strictly enforcement.
Thank you, Chief. You touched on a lot of the history of the what, but not so much on the history of the why, which is what I was trying to get at. I heard a couple of bits of it, but why that's really what I'm trying to understand.
There might, because it was over 20 years ago, there may be more information that comes out of the ad hoc committee based on what the history is with the city of Santa Rosa's school district, or the Santa Rosa School District is, and why we initially started it there. But it started when back in the 90s there were a lot of different things going on, and so the main reason why was to increase safety on school campuses. But again, as we've gone through it, the safety didn't equate to arrests. I remember one of our first school resource officers who go on camping trips with the continuation students, and so they do a lot of. They've always done that, but I can get some more information about what the actual history of why is.
Okay. And I'll let the public go first, but really what I'm driving at is it sounds like that there might have been an initial why, and then the resource was there, and it sounds like, and I don't mean this in a derogatory way, but like there was some mission creep once we got our officers into the schools, because it sounds like they're performing a lot of tasks like, services that attorneys would provide, or social workers, or counselors, or teachers and mentors, because it sounds like security in the schools was the primary issue, but that 5 officers is a lot of officer time, and our schools may not be as dangerous as we had thought originally in the 90s when there was higher levels of crime.
Yeah, and I think so. Recently, I know that some of the laws have changed where the schools are required to go to utilize the police department to evaluate their safety plans and school safety plans, and there were safety issues, but also in the 90s we were really pushing our community policing, and so again we've always worked on this. Has been a continued philosophy. That we want to provide the ability to engage. And so again, they've always been at the forefront of engaging the youth. And because outside of that, again, most of the time somebody may come into contact with a police officer is through a traffic stop, or us getting a call, a 911 call, to a domestic violence call where we're having to address a potential crime with their parents, that sort of thing. So it was the other piece of that was to be that a role model and somebody that to really build the trust and take away the fear of a uniform.
All right, well, thank you for your explanation. Councilmember Sawyer, do you have anything else before we go to Madam Zoom host for public comment?
I don't. Thank you, Vice Mayor. Ready to go to move on.
Okay, great. So Madam Zoom host, do we have any hands raised for live public comment? I see that we do.
Yes, we do.
Now's the time on the agenda that we are taking public comments on item 4.3, School Resource Officer Ad Hoc Committee Update. A countdown timer is on your screen. If you wish to make a comment, please raise your hand via Zoom. If you're dialing in, please raise your hand by dialing *9 from your telephone. Again, if you are participating on the Spanish channel in Zoom, we have an interpreter on standby on the English on the main channel to assist you during public comment. If you wish to make a public comment, please be sure to pause throughout your comment to allow for interpretation. Those using interpreter services will be afforded additional time during the public comment period as required by the Brown Act. At the time you hear your name called, if you're participating on the Spanish channel, turn off the Spanish channel to make your public comment. The first public comment will be from Rigel, followed by Kay Reinhardt. Rigel, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Can you please unmute your microphone and confirm you can see the timer on your screen?
I can, thank you.
Thank you. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
My name is Rigel Bowen, and I've been, again, a resident of Santa Rosa for 41 years. First off, I just need to say how incredibly inappropriate it is that you are having this discussion without directly hearing the comments, fears, and concerns of the children you stand over in the schools, and have chosen to sit behind surveys, indirect communication from people with the space and resources to communicate with you, and indirect information. Did you speak to a diverse population before deciding you were not an intimidating force in this situation? Do you have an equal number of SRO officers in Roseland as in whiter neighborhoods? I'm going to go ahead and guess not. Secondly, I want to make a general statement. You have all made it very clear that you do not want to be held accountable by the people for your SRO program or for policing as a whole. And that you just don't want to be held accountable. We hear you on that. There's something I want to make crystal clear, that this hand that we're extending to you all right now, this very peaceful hand of accountability and evolution, please do not make us take it back. We've seen the crimes that you commit of harassment, intimidation, and murder. The people are watching you scheme to beat us back and stand in our children's schools in roles of intimidation instead of providing them outreach and community. And if we have to take our hand back, I promise you that the next steps will be reckoning and revolution. I yield my time.
Thank you. The next public comment will be from Kay Reinhardt, followed by Megan. Keith, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Can you please unmute your microphone and confirm you can see the timer on your screen?
Ready to go.
Thank you. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
This is Keith Reinhardt. Thank you. I don't know where to start. For the Vice Mayor, the motivation for school resource officers was gang activity in the late 80s and early 90s. The federal government started funding this program, and we adopted it a full 5 years before the first shooting at Columbine. So my opinion is that we put police in the schools to spy on potential gang members. Number two, education. I am reviewing Officer Boyd's letter as we speak and some other data. Now, there were only 6 arrests in the COVID year. However, if you project that out, that would have been 8. Okay? Now, what you may not realize is that one arrest, like the arrest of my late son at Maria Carrillo with his first encounter with a resource officer, it can pretty much ruin your family's life. So when you look at each one of these statistics, it's very important that you note that it's not necessarily the resource officers. I have nothing bad to say about Officer Boyd at all. And I understand his concerns, but I just don't think police should be on campus. I think parents will let the police know when they're old enough to talk to a uniformed armed officer. My child was interrogated by a police detective named Ryan something in December of 2011. Before the law was passed, he was kept isolated by himself with this detective most likely promising all kinds of pie in the sky things, like he was going to let him go home, and interrogated him for 4 hours, which he admitted nearly everything. And of course, he didn't go home. Now, his behavior, sure, I get that. But at least there's a law now where a cop cannot talk to a kid under 16 without a parent or an attorney. And I want that law extended to 18. As parents, we will let you know when our kids are ready to be confronted by law enforcement, unless they get into trouble out on the street. Number 3, education. The requirements to be a cop are so onerous, you can't send cops into schools to teach about drugs. They don't know. They haven't been there. I've been around drugs since late 1967 and alcohol, okay? So I think that we should have mental health professionals. And I think all of this money, if it can be diverted from the school resource officer program, into better counselors, more intense mental health counseling, I think that would be much better than bringing back this cops in school idea. I just think the resource officers were a terrible idea from the beginning, and it needs to be eliminated. Thank you.
Thank you, Keith. The next public comment will be from Megan, followed by Susie. Megan, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Can you please unmute your microphone and confirm you can see the timer on your screen?
Confirmed.
Thank you. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
Hi, my name's Megan. I'm a Santa Rosa resident. Police do not belong on our school campuses, full stop. There is ample data to show that over the last 20 years, police presence on campuses across the country has only led to the heightened criminalization of our Black and brown kids, not made our children any safer. It is appalling and offensive that Chief Navarro suggests that his officers are on campuses to help students make life decisions. Police officers have 14 weeks of training. Our teachers go to school for 4 years, then at least 1 to 2 years of advanced training to be with our youth. Police don't have anything to offer our children other than to normalize their presence, which is anything but. In my brief time as a substitute teacher in Santa Rosa City Schools, I had 2 students in one class with ankle bracelets. That is not how we treat our children. I will not send my child to any school in Santa Rosa who maintains a relationship with the police. The money for SROs should be spent on counselors or social workers or teachers or other resources that our kids need. No more SROs, defund the police. I yield my time.
Thank you. The next public comment will be from Susie, followed by Eric. Susie, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Can you please unmute your microphone and confirm you can see the timer on your screen?
Yep, I can see it.
Thank you. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
Thank you. My name is Susie Lanter, and I just want to speak about the SROs. The history of SROs actually did not, my son is very passionate about this too. The history of SROs did not happen during Columbine or in the 90s or anything like that. They actually started when Brown versus Board of Education happened. So when segregation ended and minorities and Blacks were allowed into the schools, they decided that they needed these school resource officers to help bridge the gap between the communities and the school. And then you saw how all of that panned out. And I want to mention the school to prison pipeline. Has that been mentioned at all? Has anybody mentioned statistics about our incarcerated, the incarceration statistics regarding our Black and Latino population? 61% of our incarcerated folk are Black or Latino, despite the fact that these groups only represent 30% of the US population. How do you think that begins? Do you really think that begins by them just going out and committing crimes willy-nilly? No, this begins in the schools. This begins with our children being labeled as a bad kid. Do you realize it's appalling? And I think that, you know, someone had also mentioned using this money for social workers. It's a great idea. You know, I want to know how much money you guys are budgeting out for the SRO, because I'm just curious, and how we can use that effectively in not putting police officers in our schools. And like another caller had said, I will not associate my child with a Santa Rosa City school that has any sort of police officer presence. And I'm very lucky that they're not a minority, and I don't have to worry about them going out and getting, you know, harassed or profiled. But I worry about my neighbors, and I worry about everybody else. And you guys should too. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. The next public comment will be from Eric, followed by Sophia. Eric, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Can you please confirm you can see the timer on the screen?
I can. Thank you very much.
If you please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
Sure. This is Eric Frazier again. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak, and I definitely appreciate everybody's attention for another long meeting. Hopefully some good will come out of it. I have to tell you that the SROs are absolutely a bad idea for so many reasons. The police department can whitewash it all they want, and they can use it as sort of a sales angle or whatever, as public outreach or whatever. But I tell you, my experience in raising a multicultural family in this county was pretty horrible, quite frankly, especially when you have institutional racism that's supported by SROs. The SROs are in place because of the fear over people of different races and different colors. Let's get right to the bottom line. And it goes hand in glove with what the police department did some time ago, but not in that distant past, where they made this big thing of bringing out their big arms and military trucks and all the stuff they got from the federal government to show it to our kids. And it was just a short time later that Andy Lopez was murdered for carrying an airsoft rifle through his neighborhood. You're really giving mixed messages to our students. The students don't need this additional stress. You're taking choices away from our parents and the families. The schools already have mandatory reporters in place when it comes to serious crimes like sex abuse and things like that. This is very much similar to what we see with the police's use of resources for special events. There's a secret contract with a big athletic organization that interrupted pre-COVID our county twice a year. And we can not get at the figures of what that impact was to the police department. We put it at 6 figures easily of resources that are lost in support of a for-profit company rolling into town. Sure, the Chamber of Commerce loved it, and they're able to serve up this highly inflated economic impact data, but this is so inappropriate. Would you quit trying to sell us on the fact that you're good people and just do your job? If you treat the parents and the older siblings right, if you have positive interactions with people in the community, you don't need to brainwash our children. You don't need to be there micromanaging the school administrators on what they should be doing. I'm very passionate about this. As one person spoke up and said in a response to his son, absolutely. You guys can trample the rights of a young person and they will not recover from it. Shame on you. Shame on you on thinking that this was even the right thing to do in the beginning. And I can't believe we're talking about it today as far as, oh, geez, there's some good aspects to it. There is none. Grow up, do your job, and lead. Thank you.
Thank you. The next public comment will be from Sophia, followed by Scott. Sophia, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Can you please unmute your mic and confirm you can see the timer on your screen?
I can see the timer on my screen. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank you very much. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
My name is Sophia, and I'd like to bring you to a day in high school for me. I was driving back from the orthodontist to my high school when I heard the shots that killed and murdered Jeremiah Chess. So from that day forward, I hear those shots ringing in my head every time I see a police officer. And every time at Annalee High School as a student, when a police officer came onto the campus because they were called, we did not have campus police, thank God, because I would not have been able to learn anything if there were officers on my campus. My anxiety was so sky high every time I see a cop, especially when I was at school and one came onto the campus, because they did not do their job and fix the problem. They made the problem worse. One Cinco de Mayo, a bunch of white students attacked our Mexican population at Annalee High School. And who did the cops interrogate and harass and arrest two of the students? Not the kids that started the problem, but the kids that were being attacked just because the color of their skin. And if you want to tell any of us parents that that is not implicit racism, go F off. And as a single mother, I will be damned if I send my child to any school that has a cop on campus. They don't do the job that they say they're doing. They stand there and intimidate our children and teach our children to live in fear when they supposedly protect and serve. And community outreach, my ASS. I'm trying my best not to swear here, but I am angry and I refuse for my white presumed child to have to grow in fear. I can only imagine what my Native, Black, Hispanic, Asian sisters and brothers that look their heritage on a daily basis, and I refuse in this community.
Sophia, did you conclude your comment? Your microphone was breaking up.
I did.
Okay, thank you very much. The next public comment will be from Scott, followed by resident 5768. Scott, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Can you please unmute your microphone and confirm you can see the timer on your screen?
I can indeed. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank you. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
Hi, I'm Scott, speaking once again. SROs on site at schools not only reinforces and accelerates the graduation to prison pipeline, but it also unnecessarily targets members of the immigrant community who are vulnerable, either because they're undocumented or have family members or friends that are undocumented. You speak of helping students make good life choices. That's a direct quote. That's a job for parents and teachers, not police. This assumption suggests that students are already inherently making bad life choices and deserve to be punished to the extent that the law reserves for violent crime and present an inherent bias. Once again, it's particularly well documented that this disproportionately targets communities of color. What's being presented as some form of community outreach sounds an awful lot like intimidation tactics from a police presence that scares students and their families into behaving the way police want or else.
Scott, was that the conclusion of your comment?
It was. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. The next public comment will be from resident 5768, followed by Joe. Resident 5768, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Can you please unmute your microphone and confirm you can see the timer on your screen?
I can see it.
Thank you. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
Hi, it's Melissa again. I definitely want to be with the other previous callers that I don't believe that SRLs should be in schools. I understand that they think they do important things like mentor students, but if we need mentors for our students, we should be hiring counselors and community members to fill those positions, not police. If the police want to build better relationships with the public, including our youth, then they should do that outside of the school by showing our community that they are trustworthy and that they are here to help more than they are to harm, and they're not here to intimidate and punish things like poverty and homelessness and mental illness. So this program doesn't seem to make any sense. If we need more resources in the schools, it shouldn't be police officers, it should be counselors, therapists, mentors of that sort. We need more social services. If the funding wants to come out of the police department, that is fabulous, but we do not need armed police in our schools. Thank you. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. The next public comment will be from Joe, followed by Emma. Joe, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Can you please unmute your mic and confirm you can see the timer on your screen?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank you. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
Hi, my name is Jolie, or Joe again. I just want to share with you guys that during my time in Standard High School, I was considered an at-risk youth. I was targeted by the SRO at my school. They did not work to gain trust or help me or any of the other at-risk students at my school. It was the part of the reason that I stopped going to school in high school. And it wasn't until I was put into a continuation school that had not an SRO, but just a security guard for the campus, where he was a person of color who formed relationships with every single one of the students, talked about respect, had long discussions about future goals, how to reach those goals, shared with us his personal life struggles and how he overcame them, and gave us real tools for life. We were lucky, but not, in my opinion, the current SRO in our schools is only perpetuating the lack of trust earlier and earlier with law enforcement, and basically initiating the school to prison pipeline for at-risk youth and our BIPOC students. A great way to get a view on how kids feel and how they are responding to the SROs in their school is to do a poll, is to go in and ask all these students, how do you feel about your SRO in the school? Do you feel like they help you when you are in need? Do you feel like you can ask them for support, that you can ask for support from these officers? Do you feel like they are there to protect you? There are a number of questions that you can ask, and you'll get a clear view. These are children who absolutely have a say in what goes on around them. They're not dumb. We're not controlling these people. We are trying to give children a chance to grow and to be the most successful people that they can be in their lives. Another point I want to bring up is just that the police officers, the requirement to become a police officer is very little training, very little background in specialty training, anything like that, but it is extremely strict as far as past contact with police, having any kind of past law enforcement issues or drug addictions or anything like that. There are so many people that could help the public and really connect with people if these stipulations were taken out. So we are only getting people on our department who have never experienced any of the stuff that they are addressing. So this is a huge problem. You know, we need people that can actually relate to the people that they're responding to, and we absolutely do not need cops in school. We need counselors, we need support systems, we need a team of people to help raise our children up. Thank you.
Thank you. The next public comment will be from Emma, followed by Defund the Police. Emma, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Can you please unmute your mic and confirm you can see the timer on your screen?
Hi.
Hi, thank you. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Hi, my name's Emma. I agree with what Vice Mayor Fleming was strongly implying and Navarro was purposefully avoiding. SROs were implemented in Santa Rosa as both a knee-jerk reaction to school shootings and a way to criminalize students of color, period. The idea that fully uniformed officers walking around a school gives students a better relationship with the youth is asinine. Navarro says that it means that the next likely negative interaction might mean less fear. But like, are you kidding me? Kids don't fear cops because they've never met one. They fear cops because cops hurt people and often take advantage of their power, and people know that. I graduated from Santa Rosa High School in 2019. There was a school shooting threat the day of my graduation. There were countless shooting threats and lockdowns during my 4 years, and I was on lockdown at the JC when a student was shot at Ridgeway earlier this year. Never once did a school resource officer save the day. When you are randomly searching students' cars, you are not mentoring anyone. The issue with safety on high school campuses is not an issue of needing a cop with a badge to walk kids away in handcuffs. The lack of resources in public high schools is appalling. We didn't have a school nurse my senior year of high school. A nurse. We did not have one. We had a campus cop. Someone could get arrested on campus, but not be treated by a medical professional. Navarro, you should be ashamed of yourself for supporting this program. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. The next public comment will be from Defund the Police, followed by Libby. Defund the Police, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Can you please unmute your mic and confirm you can see the timer on your screen?
Yes, I can.
Thank you. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
As a brown indigenous woman growing up, going to these schools in Santa Rosa, I was kicked out of the city schools. Me and my brother both were. We were named criminals, menace to society, a threat to society when we were 12 to 13 years old. They put us in these continuation schools that have no desire to help us. And excuse my vocabulary because it's not the greatest, but that is the results of your guys' poor education system when they treat us like children. Well, we were children, okay? We were children. They didn't care about us. They gave us packets like we were in 3rd grade. And the teachers there were ridiculous. They didn't teach nothing. They just sat their fat asses on their damn chair while they got paid to do nothing, to teach us nothing, to help us in any fucking way, which is ridiculous. And you guys think having police in schools is safe? We feel threatened. Every time we see a cop, we shake up. We get scared. When we're driving, we're shaking up like if we have pounds and pounds of drugs in our car when we're innocent. That is the type of danger you guys have on people of color. You guys make us fear for our lives with that badge that you guys carry, and you guys don't even know how. You guys don't even realize what you guys mentally do to us as children. We have never felt safe within your guys' presence, okay? We always ran from you guys because we were scared of you guys, because you guys would harass us every time. And to think that we're gonna need policing in schools, like, you really think that's gonna solve the problem? They're just going to continue to abuse us and harass us like they've been doing for years and years. The prison to pipeline is no fucking joke. There's so many kids that I knew growing up that I had to write letters to because they were always getting arrested over dumb things. That's what you guys imply within the school system. You guys need to get your priorities straight. You guys need to get your education system straight. We don't need more police. We need more education. We need education on the indigenous people, on Black history. That's what we need to be focused on. Teach the kids the right thing, not white supremacists that's filled in our history books. I yield my fucking time.
The next public comment will be from Libby, followed by Charlotte. Libby, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Can you please unmute your mic and confirm you can see the timer on your screen?
Can confirm. Can you hear me?
Thank you very much. Well, can hear you. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
Hi, my name is Libby, and I really don't think it's a good idea to have any kind of police or law enforcement presence at any school. You heard it from the folks beforehand. Any kind of law enforcement presence traumatizes these kids. It's not helpful. The police get involved in schooling. The police get involved in having more children that are of darker skin get put right into the prison industrial complex. It's dangerous, you know. The thing is, I understand why some people might think that a presence of police officers might be important to be at schools. And I honestly, to those people, I don't think you understand what harm has actually been done to communities of color. And I would urge you to really think about this and think about it from outside of your perspective for a second, especially the police officers. I've had a conversation with police officers who truly believe what they're doing is actually beneficial to the community, when time and time again we said over and over again, it's not helping. So Ray, Navarro, listen to us. Take the cops out of schools. You want to show us that you care for our community? You want to show us that you care for your community? Then do what we ask. It's really that simple. You don't want police presence in schools. I yield my time.
Thank you. The next public comment will be from Charlotte, followed by Natalie. Charlotte, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Can you please unmute your mic and confirm you can see the timer on your screen?
I can see it. Thank you.
Thank you. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
Thanks. So my name is Charlotte Borg. I'm a longtime resident of Santa Rosa. I'm calling to express my concern about SROs and their presence in our city schools. I am particularly concerned with the concept of officers being in schools at the volume that they are, and would like to highlight that just based on this presentation, it sounds like a component of SRO's mission in city schools is to serve as police propaganda agents, which is to say, to make children more comfortable around police, or white children, while their presence serves as a passive intimidation tactic for children who are people of color. SROs should not be considered mentors to children in our community. Mentors should be mental health professionals who have an understanding of how kids' brains develop and what their needs are as they grow up and attend schools in our city. Just as an example, my brother has pretty intense ADHD that went undiagnosed for most of his life. And if he'd had access to mental health support in school at any point, he may have been given the tools to succeed instead of being sent home almost every day in elementary and middle school. I have no doubt that if he weren't white, he would have been well on his way through the school to prison pipeline. But because he was assumed to be just a harmless, rowdy boy, he just kind of got kicked back home and really didn't develop the skills that he needs in adulthood. Meanwhile, Black, Indigenous, Latinx children, they're not safe in a school that employs cops. Full stop, not safe. And I think we really need to take that into consideration as we move forward with determining whether we want SROs in our city schools. And I think what the community is saying at this point is that we don't want them there. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. The next public comment will be from Natalie, followed by Julia. Natalie, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Can you please unmute your microphone and confirm you can see the timer on your screen?
Sure can.
Thank you. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
Hey, I'm Natalie Anderson, and I just want to repeat what all the fellow constituents have said. that it seems very concerning, deeply concerning that SROs are there as mentors. And to me, it just reads like it's a PR stunt, a PR agenda for the officers. Why would we support our children in this way in order to make the police look better when we are in need of so many other crucial services? I cannot imagine going to school and they're being funded to and able to arrest you, but not provide a cold compress and not have a nurse. That is outrageous. I cannot imagine that. What are we doing to the future of this county if we are giving the money to our police to support us? Imagine all of your interactions with teachers that you've had, every single one. And now imagine all of your interactions with police. Think of how different they are. They are astoundingly different. Think of how badly an SR could harm every single child out of school. It's bad. It's not good. You have to be a great officer and above and beyond in order to work with children and their adjusting brains who, when you're going through puberty, your brain is reorganizing. It's literally going haywire. It's brain science. Teachers have to be taught this. Everybody that interacts with children have to be taught this and learn. And you're taught empathy through this as well. Officers are not. They are taught the opposite. They are a sanctioned gang through the monopolized use of force. This is who we are putting in the schools. And we're putting them there for their own good, for the cops' own good look. We're not supporting our children if that's what we're doing. I don't know what we're doing, but it doesn't make sense to me. And honestly, as somebody who wants to work with children, it hurts. It hurts because I know that we're not supporting them. I know that children are scared. As a white person, I'm afraid whenever I see a cop, but I've never feared that I will die in the end of that situation. I don't think that's the same for everybody. That's not the same. And these are fears. And children naturally they're more emotionally reactive. It's scientifically fact that emotions are felt a third times more stronger than adults based on the way that the brain is wired. So every single day, these children are afraid. You cannot internalize knowledge and learn when you don't feel safe. It's a basic fundamental thing, and we're scaring our children.
Thank you. The next public comment will be from Julia. Julia, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Can you please unmute your microphone and confirm you can see the timer on your screen?
Yeah, I can see the timer.
Thank you. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
This is Julia. Thank you. Thank you to everyone who has spoken today. And I just want to say that this is exactly what we're saying when we say divest or defund from the police. It's like to zoom out, look at what the jobs that police do, and realize that they're not the best people to be doing those jobs. We really do not need these police officers in school. We need nurses. We need people that can help the children, right? And to Navarro's point, if you want to have a better relationship with the community, then address the human rights violations that put forth by your police officers. It's like penalize officers that become violent, penalize murder, police officers that murder or torture. We really don't need more police in school. This funding could be reallocated to so many different services that would better our community. Thank you. I yield my time.
The next public comment will be from Alan. Alan, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Can you please unmute your mic and confirm you can see the timer on your screen?
I can see it just fine. Thank you.
Thank you. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
Hello there. Yes, my name is Alan Pravel. I'm a Santa Rosa resident. I object in the strongest possible terms to the recent efforts to defund the police and the removal of $1.1 million from the Santa Rosa PD budget. This push to defund public safety that protects residents is predicated on a myopic focus on politics, not policy. Efforts to defund the SRPD take funds away from a department whose officers have committed no wrong at the behest of people who were not harmed. Instead of defunding the police, I urge you to defend our law enforcement officers to make our community safer for its residents. In fact, Santa Rosa PD is, if anything, underfunded. Even prior to the removal of $1.1 million from our public safety budget, despite our population growth of 15,000 residents since 2000, about 10% additional population, the number of sworn officers we've added in Santa Rosa is 0. Put differently, this means that there are roughly 10% less officers per resident than there were at the beginning of the century. But comparison with public safety norms in other American citizens indicates how dramatically understaffed the SRPD is, even prior to the Roseland annexation and the $1 million recently stripped from its budget. According to the ICMA Center for Public Safety Management, the average staffing ratio of sworn officers to residents is approximately 2.5 officers per 1,000 residents. This ratio indicates the Santa Rosa Police Department should actually be staffed with 418 sworn officers to conform with public safety norms in U.S. cities. I urge the council to consider issuing hazard pay to officers serving our community during the current COVID-19 pandemic. These are essential workers who deserve additional support, while many of us have the luxury of sheltering in our homes, while public safety officers place themselves in danger to keep us safe. Furthermore, the idea of eliminating armed school resource officers from our high schools is incalculable madness. Specifically, I urge the council to adopt the following. 1, the addition of hazard compensation pay for officers during the COVID-19 pandemic. 2, develop a staffing ratio of sworn officers to residents. This ensures corresponding growth of public safety resources to public safety needs. 3rd, and finally, retain school resource officers to keep our children safe. Our communities deserve to be protected. Our children deserve to be protected. Our police officers are heroes who protect us every day. I urge you to give them the resources that they need and the compensation they deserve. Thank you. I yield back my time.
Thank you. Seeing no additional hands raised, I'm going to move through to voice message public comments. There is one.
Good morning. My name is Stefan Bassell. I have worked for the Santa Rosa Police Department for 20 years, and I'm currently our association president. As a citizen of our community, I am contacting you in response to agenda item 4.3. I have lived in the city of Santa Rosa my whole life, attended Santa Rosa City Schools, coached youth sports, and been heavily involved with Santa Rosa City Schools during my tenure as a police officer. I take great pride in serving our community as an SRO and am dedicated to having a significant positive impact on the future of our students and our community. This has been a traumatic time. Our department continues in its commitment to community engagement, transparency, and accountability as we move forward. Some methods of decision-making undermine our ability to do these things, to effect change, to move forward, and to heal. The most effective way to move forward is through community engagement, education, and unity. The possibility of severing the relationship between the Santa Rosa Police Department and the Santa Rosa City School District is in direct contrast with these principles and is regressive by its very nature. The solutions to improving and addressing systemic issues of racism, inequality, and police conduct involve communication, transparency, trust, and relationships. This is a time to come together as a community. Therefore, I applaud the Santa Rosa City Schools administrators, the school board, and our community in the creation of the ad hoc committee. This committee is currently in the process of listening, evaluating, and collecting data to determine the future of the SR program. The police department, our community stakeholders, and school administrators have been afforded the opportunity to engage in dialogue and have a voice. The SR program has been consistently dedicated to restorative justice, the physical, mental, and emotional well-being of our students and staff, and being a resource for the educational system. Our role as SROs on campus has transformed into primarily that of a counselor and a mentor. Most often, courses of action involve diversion, counseling, support, and additional resources to provide guidance while improving the lives of students. Rarely does this involve an actual arrest. I don't disagree there is a need for change and social progress in our community. I do, however, believe that this needed change is most likely to occur through a collaborative effort between our community leaders, school staff, and law enforcement. We welcome dialogue and ask those advocating for change engage those most impacted, while basing their decisions on what's best for our community as a whole and not on personal agendas. There is a path forward out of the traumatic events that have occurred across our country, and this path involves all of us working together, not separately. We hope that you recognize the value of the SRO program and support the desire of our community to maintain it. Thank you.
Vice Mayor, if it's okay, I'd like to wrap up with public comment on 4.3 with Liz Kersey, our recording secretary, reading through the email public comment.
If you wouldn't mind, can we go to, there's one hand raised, so that person doesn't have to wait.
Certainly, one moment. Seychelle, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Can you please unmute your mic and confirm you can see the timer on your screen?
Yeah, I can see it.
Thank you. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
Hi, my name is Seychelle. Just to the last person who was speaking live, I'm not really sure how you can possibly say that the Santa Rosa Police Department has done nothing wrong. During COVID, a bunch of children and other people went out to protest the murder of George Floyd, and they were peacefully protesting, where they were met with tear gas and rubber bullets. They were cornered to where they had nowhere to escape, and they had to watch people bleed and choke. So how could you possibly say that the police have done nothing wrong? This wasn't the first negative experience a lot of children had with police, but this is something that's going to haunt them for the rest of their lives, and you expect them to go back to school and look at the police and recognize some of them from those protests that did that to them and the people around them. It's not possible. It's not going to happen. And I definitely agree with other people when they say that they're not going to send their child to a school with police presence. My son is Black. He has to fear for his life every day that he is on this earth. And I'll be damned if I send him to a school where he has to feel that same fear when it's supposed to be somewhere safe, somewhere for him to learn. I yield my time.
Thank you. The next hand is A. Lucas. I've enabled your speaking permissions. Can you please unmute your mic and confirm you can see the timer on your screen?
Hi, yes, I can see the timer. My name is Amber. In the wave of community voices that have continuously called for police reforms and funding reallocation of the police budget in the last several months, I'm floored that the police would push for uniformed police officers or law enforcement presence within our schools. Our communities have called for more education and more funding for our children, our schools, and our community. It's infuriating that the proposed solution to this request is to place officers in our school system. Our children deserve safety, and policing our schools does not provide that. Our community has watched as our uniformed officers have become more and more militarized, and this type of presence does not belong amongst our children or within our schools. Schools are to educate our children in a safe environment. Our children should be allowed to fully develop their social skills, friendships, and explore their values in a safe, non-policed environment. Our schools need more funding for teachers' salaries, health services, and art and music programs. There's a considerable amount of research by both the Government Accountability Office and the Federal Civil Rights Investigation showing that Black and Latino students are more likely to be suspended, arrested, and disciplined in schools. The report found that Black students in K-12 schools are far more likely to be disciplined, whether through suspension or referral to law enforcement, than their counterparts of other races. To address Navarro directly, SRPD has already lost the trust and confidence from this community. A prime example being when you knelt with us in a form of photo op solidarity and then shot into our crowds with tear gas and flash grenades on the same day. Adding more police to this dynamic in schools will only make things more difficult for students from marginalized groups, those from the Black and Latino communities, along with LGBTQ identities and with disabilities, who are already more likely to interact with police in their daily lives. I yield my time.
The next public comment will be from Sable. Sable, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Can you please unmute your mic and confirm you can see the timer on your screen?
Yeah, I can see it. This is Sable Regalia. I'm going to echo pretty much everything that last speaker just said, that the last commenter said. We don't need more police in our schools. The trust has been completely lost. And what happened a few months ago,
Sable, I'm not sure what happened to your connection.
Okay, are we back on?
Yes, you are back on.
All right.
I'll resume your time.
Okay, thank you. The community, the trust is gone among the young people in this community. Almost every high school student and young adult that I've spoken to in the last few months, ever since the tear gas, all the stunts that happened at the end of March, first few days of April, that was really, really unfortunate. And it really just, the police really gave them, like, they proved their case for defunding and how they're not safe and how they're only creating the problems. Like, the problems I see, the escalation that I have experienced, that a lot of my friends have experienced, have been from the police presence in the first place in situations that they didn't need to be there escalating and throwing their weight around. So police in the schools is not helpful. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, then. It looks like that's it for our live public comment. Do we have any email comments?
Yes, one moment.
Thank you.
I'm a long-term resident of Santa Rosa and currently live in the Rincon Valley area. My view of the school resource officers is that it provides an opportunity for students to get to know our police officers as individuals rather than a distanced, i.e. detached enforcement person in a patrol car. I see great value in our students learning and developing that perspective and the relationships that follow. Thus, I am not in favor of reducing their presence. Sincerely, Richard Ogg. That's it for emails.
Great, thank you. I'd like to check in with Madam Zoom host and see if, I know we still have to come back to myself and Councilmember Sawyer for comments, but do our translators need a break since it has been quite some time? Or can we get through our feedback and then do a 5-minute recess?
I would recommend we just do a brief transition now. It'll take me less than a moment to do it for the interpreters, for interpreter fatigue.
Okay, why don't we just hold on then and let you do that?
Okay, one moment, please. Cameras will remain on unless you mute them for a moment. Charles, can I get a mic check to make sure your mic is working from the panelist side?
This is Charles.
Thank you very much. Pablo, can you turn on your video briefly? Just give me a thumbs up to make sure your feed is going to the Spanish channel. Thank you very much. Vice Mayor, back to you. And if you can actually, I'm sorry, Charles, if you can just make the brief announcement that Spanish channel is back up and they can re-engage the interpretation.
El canal de español ya está activo otra vez y pueden oprimir el icono que parece un globo para escuchar en español.
Thank you.
Gracias. All right, Mr. Sawyer, your comments on item 4.3.
Well, I think personally that you have a very comprehensive committee that's working to gather the information regarding the members of the community. It's a very comprehensive group. So I am not going to second guess the work of this ad hoc committee. So I'm waiting to hear the results. It looks like a good representation. So I really don't have, I don't have any children in school. I think I need to wait for the results and the recommendations that come out of this ad hoc subcommittee. That's where I am.
Thank you very much. So this kind of reminds me of those situations where, you know, two people see the same thing and have very different recollections of what happened. And, you know, I believe that there are many good and well-trained officers in our schools, but I also believe that there are many children and families who feel intimidated by the presence of officers in their schools, and that when we add up those two things, the experience of being afraid takes precedence in my mind. And, you know, I don't in any way question the good intentions of our officers in the schools or the work that they do, but we do know that in the 90s, when President Clinton ran on a tough on crime platform and promised 100,000 more officers and community-oriented policing, it was done with a specific eye toward, you know, it was a dog whistle at that time. And so where I come at from this is that, you know, I think that there's a fallacy in the argument that police officers need to be in school to teach children not to be afraid of them. If we had to have, let's say, any other profession in school to teach them not to be afraid of them, we would say, well, why are you afraid of them to start with? And so I think that the real issue here is that police officers are scary to people, period, to many people of color. Sorry for the background noise. But that police officers, for a host of different reasons, are scary to a lot of community members, and that you know, by having this thing that shouldn't exist, which is that people are afraid of police officers, and then having the solution be that we're going to have police officers in the schools, just doesn't add up, and we wouldn't accept this from any other profession. Another thing that I really struggle with here is that if students need these other services that police officers provide, because what it sounds like is that they were put in schools for some legitimate reasons around school safety, but some, frankly, let's just call it racist reasons. And not that our police officers are racist, but the policies behind it were racist, whether intentional or not. That we just wouldn't. Let me start here. What we really need is the services that the police officers are providing that go outside of the scope of policing. If those services are required or necessary in schools, those should be provided by individuals who are trained to provide those services, not by an overage of police time in our schools. And that's where I come down on this. And I don't wish to villainize our police or say that they are bad or wrong. What I wish to do is suggest that we've set up, it's a little bit like a solution looking for a problem here. And I believe that there are glimmers of problems here and there, but that they are not nearly as extensive as has been suggested by those who would advocate for having police in our schools. I continue to participate in the school resource subcommittee. Unfortunately, it's on Tuesday night, which is council nights, but I do talk with the members and I do talk with Stefan Bassel, who made his comments earlier, and I will continue to be listening and in a large part following the guidance of the schools. So with that, we'll conclude item 4.3 unless you have any additional comments, Mr. Sawyer, and move on. Do you, sir?
No, thank you, Vice Mayor.
And move on to item 4.4. Let's see, that is 21st century policing and a legislative update.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Yeah, if we can go to slide 18, please. I just wanted to give you a quick update on what we've done over the last couple of years regarding a document that came out by the U.S. Department of Justice. This in 2015, President Obama commissioned the President's 21st Century Policing Task Force. It culminated in a 99-page document, so we're not going to go through that extensively, but I did want to let you know some of the main pillars within that document. What was found was that there was definitely a need or that trust between law enforcement and the people that we protect and serve is essential. So trust is essential. And that there were 6 pillars that came out of it to focus on community-based initiatives addressing core issues around poverty, education, health, and safety. And so the 6 pillars are, the first one is building trust and legitimacy. It goes towards a lot of community policing and building trust through some of the programs that we have. Policy and oversight is the second pillar. One of those areas that we're addressing that right now is through this public safety subcommittee meeting. The third one is technology and social media. We've worked over the last couple of years on trying to develop our social media program. And we're working with our city communications team on furthering that area, and then also improving technology where we've the last couple of technology improvements that we've done, we've gone out to the public to get their feedback before implementing those. The fourth pillar is community policing and crime reduction. That goes hand in hand with our philosophy and working working with the community on projects to address and mitigate crime in our different or in the different areas of our community. The fifth one is training and education, and that is focused on training and educating our staff in different areas of community policing, implicit bias, and cultural awareness. The sixth pillar is officer safety and wellness, which goes in line with several of the areas that we have, such as EAP, peer support, having resiliency trainings and policies in place to address safety for our officers. And so those are the 6 main pillars. If you go to the second slide, and we can have more discussion later on, but again, this was just a really quick overview to let you know what we've been doing over the last several years with this particular document. So our command staff has gone through the document when it was first published to see where we aligned and where we needed to improve, and we've been working on all 6 pillars in different areas throughout the last 5 years. And so we are currently reviewing the document again, using it as a compass for best practices and additional needs and what we need to be doing in the future. And so we're reviewing that right now. We're going to be discussing that in our command staff with our leadership, and then we'll be able to come back to the subcommittee to provide you with more information and drill down in each of these pillars at a later date. But it will take some time to go into some of these. Open to have any questions if you have.
Councilmember Sawyer, do you have any questions?
I do not. Thank you.
And neither do I. Madam Zoom host, public comment, please.
That darn mute button. One moment. Now's the time on the agenda that we're hearing public comments on item 4.4, 21st century policing and legislative update. You can raise your hand now in Zoom to participate. If you're dialing in by telephone, you dial *9 to raise your hand. The first public comment will be from Keith, followed by Eric. Keith, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Can you please unmute your microphone and confirm you can see the timer on your screen?
Ready to go.
Thank you. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
Hi, this is Keith Reinhardt, hopefully for the last time today. I appreciate the adoption of the 6 pillars of Obama Committee's 21st Century Policing and Legislative Update. But I've heard some other people commenting off topic. And again, I want to thank the City Council, the City Manager, the City Clerk, I'm sorry, I forgot your name, and the Chief and everybody for being here so we can have this discussion and that you will listen to us. The only thing I wanted to reiterate, because I didn't finish that thought, was that I believe these resource officers are great people. I really do. But what happens to a child when they're cited with a misdemeanor, what happens after that in our juvenile injustice system, in our probation system, with our district attorney, with our judges out there at Los Guilicos? That's the real tragedy. And that's what will change your life forever, you know? So I just don't think that we need to put 12-year-olds into the legal system because there's a cop on campus. Thank you.
Thank you. The next public comment will be from Eric, followed by Joe. Eric, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Can you please unmute your mic and confirm you can see the timer on your screen?
Yes, thank you, I can.
Thank you. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
Thank you very much. And I'm sorry I have to take up your time to comment once again, but I'm finding this conversation incredibly compelling. Concerning pillar number 1, and perhaps the house it's holding up, what I just listened to was testimony of child abuse by our police in the schools, tormenting children of color. I know on this call as mandatory reporters of child abuse laws, but pardon me, I find it really difficult when the testimony is so compelling, but what comes back at you are really smug people that we know are built into that architecture somehow, that these pillars are needed for, or whatever it is philosophy you want to bring to obvious problems. We just heard compelling testimony of children whose lives are changed. The trajectory of their lives are changed. Perhaps not intentionally, but enough to give rise to charges of child abuse. And just because the people that are doing it are the ones you're supposed to report to, doesn't make it okay. In fact, it makes it more insidious. And so when we talk about architecture and building strong foundations for our citizens to prosper, we have to see ourselves within the context that we are. Certainly our police officers are also parents. They send children to the schools. There's all sorts of interactions with people that are involved in public service, outside of them wearing sidearms and uniforms. You have to see yourself as a role that you play and this other thing that goes on. Why isn't one of your pillars fighting white collar crime? That's one of the biggest legacies of this city. You know that there's fraud that's committed amongst those white business people that pretty much make up the movers and shakers. We've had to listen to the BS of the politicians who make their decisions, not based on the goodwill of the people in the city here, on behalf of the people of the city, but because of their political imperatives. I hope you guys are listening to what people have been telling you today. How can you not be moved?
Next public comment will be from Joe. Joe, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Can you please unmute your microphone and confirm you can see the timer on your screen?
I can.
Thank you. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
Hi, my name is Jolie, and thank you for everybody being here today. I want to especially thank Victoria for taking such a clear and concise view on the reality of what's going on. We do have two different stories, and both of those things are real to those people, but we have to take precedence with the people that are afraid, are being harmed, are being harassed, are being hurt, are being killed. You know, this is a, unfortunately, yeah, there's a lot of white privilege in Sonoma County, and people have not experienced, if you're not Black, Indigenous, of color, of another sexual orientation, you have not experienced that kind of oppression and what it feels like. I want to address Chief Navarro and just say I'm a little disappointed in this update. It felt more like you went through these 6 pillars that you were supposed to update us on, and where you're at with addressing these things in our community immediately, especially after, you know, with the national talk about what has gone on since George Floyd has been murdered. And these things address that issue completely. So, you know, what have you been talking about? What have you been doing to address these pillars? And that is the update we need. You said you need more time. This is not a thing of more time. This is a thing of action now and addressing your community and actually trying to bridge that gap. That is what the people are asking you to do. They're asking you to bridge the gap. They're asking you to listen. They're asking you to please look at your own budget, see that, yes, although this is the way that the system was set up, it is built on systemic racism. It is built on a school to prison pipeline. Like, these are issues that we didn't have information on when we were dealing with these in the past. And so we thought this was the best method to address them. And now we're realizing that it's not. It's part of growth and change to realize that we have, as individuals and as a community, that new information has come to light, and we need to be able to change our views and move forward in a direction that is best for the survival of everybody in our community, especially our people of color. So I'm imploring you to continue to have this be an active topic and to move forward with this. This is the future. This is happening now. We need to move forward. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you. The next public comment will be from Defund the Police, followed by Libby. Defund the Police, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Can you please unmute your microphone and confirm you can see the timer on your screen?
Yes, I can.
Thank you. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
Hi, so I just tuned back in, and so I'm not quite sure what you guys were speaking on item 4.4. But I do want to, address the problems that I have had with police. It has gone back to when I was a very young, 13, 14 years old, always being harassed. I can tell you one time we had the whole Corby block filled with police when my brother and his friend had literally grabbed middle schoolers and high schoolers to go to a church, and we got harassed right after going to church. We were surrounded by the whole police department, sheriffs, gang tasks. We were all underage. 2 of them were arrested. And I do also want to, state the time that I got a gun pulled out in front of me, pulled out in front of my son. Yet I was the one being pressed charges on. Within a few days later, that same block that the gun got pulled out on me, the police threatened us that they could arrest us over a noise complaint. This is how bad your guys' system is. I just had an incident yesterday with a neighbor that tried to come to my car to harass me while my child was in the car because he's a bigot and he's racist. And I had an incident with him a few months back where he almost killed me in the freeway and he pepper sprayed me and nothing happened to him because he is white. He thinks that he's above the law, which a lot of white people believe because the police department has showed them that they can do these things and get away with it. We are sick and tired of this harassment by our police and by our racist ass people in Sonoma County. This has to stop. This is not okay. Our people of color do not feel safe in these streets. I yield my fucking time.
Thank you. The next public comment will be from Libby. Libby, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Can you please unmute your mic and confirm you can see the timer on your screen?
Can see. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank you very much. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
So I just want to respond to this 6 pillars thing. It doesn't sound like there's a real update. And even then, Ray, what are you doing to address the fact that the police as an institution, as a public institution, was designed to denigrate people of color from the get-go? America was started via colonialism and slavery. And the cops were originally designed to uphold slavery and keep slaves back at their supposed masters' dens and plantations. That hasn't changed with the prison industrial complex. Things have just gotten worse and worse. The foundation of law enforcement and policing has not changed. I often hear people talk about wishing Obama was still president again, and how people talked about when Obama was president that we live in a post-racial society. And that's just not true. It's absolutely not true. And the same goes for law enforcement. Your fundamental thing is based in white supremacy. So honestly, Ray, what are you doing to address systemic racism within yourself as well as within the police department? 6 pillars isn't enough. We need to answer like 5 years ago. Do better. I yield my time.
Thank you. The next public comment will be from Sable, followed by Emma. Sable, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Can you please unmute your mic and confirm you can see the timer on your screen?
Yeah, I can see it. This is Sable Regalia. I'd like to echo what the last few people said, what Jolie said, what Libby just said about the roots of the origin of the police department. As far as establishing legitimacy, that's in the first pillar there. A couple of months ago at one of the peace rallies we had, there was one of the speakers was on the microphone and there were several hundred people gathered on listening to him. And he asked a question of the crowd. He said, raise your hand if you have been in a situation with one of our law enforcement, here either a sheriff or Santa Rosa PD, where the situation was unreasonably escalated to a point where you felt nervous and unsafe, and it was the police officer doing the escalation. And nearly every single person in that crowd raised their hand, including me, a white woman. Like, I've been pulled over and all of a sudden felt nervous for asking a question when I see the cop reach for his gun. And I'm thinking, why is this is so unnecessary, this tone that they have of it isn't working. So when we look at this establishing legitimacy, I I haven't seen anything in our community recently in my lifetime that makes me think, oh, dang, we need more police presence. That'll fix the problem. I just haven't seen it. No one I know has seen that. So what I'm seeing is the city and the county creating and manufacturing crises to justify the legitimacy. I'm seeing it with the unsheltered, with refusing to provide bathrooms and then saying there's a health crisis here, and then coming in with police force and taking everyone away and going, wow, you guys created that crisis so that you can justify the presence of the police department. That is not establishing legitimacy. That does not work. And as Jolie said about, we've got new information here, good news. The police are not as needed. You guys can take a break, like have less policemen and have those people can get jobs doing other interesting things in the community. There's another way that we can do things. So, that's what I've got to say about the very first pillar. And I got 3 minutes to talk about each and every one of them, but there isn't time for that. So thank you for hearing me. I yield my time.
Thank you. Please note that if you've already spoken on item 4.4 and you've raised your hand again, you will not be called on. We want to make sure we afford the opportunity to everyone raising their hand to have a platform to speak. The next public comment will be from Emma, followed by Charlotte. Charlotte, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Can you please unmute your microphone and confirm you can see the timer on your screen?
Hi, this is Emma. I have a rhetorical question for the board. Do you think that implicit bias training is working in police communities in Santa Rosa? From allegations of sexual harassment of minors to racial profiling within recent months and over the legacy of this department, it's worth addressing whether implicit bias training is enough in a system so militarized and based on power. These pillars are great in theory, but really just seem like virtue signaling to people whose lives it doesn't actually affect. When your officers are actively racist and share Blue Lives Matter material on social media, you aren't changing. I think we need more information on the police unions in Santa Rosa and how they impact the attitudes of our officers. This vague language is just extremely disappointing, especially with such concrete information, and I'm just deeply unimpressed when we're spending so much money on this police department. I yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you. The next public comment will be from Charlotte, followed by Roman. Charlotte, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Can you please unmute your microphone and confirm you can see the timer on your screen?
I can see it. Thank you.
Thank you. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
Okay. So I continue to be Charlotte Borg, longtime resident of Santa Rosa. I think I'm confused about the overall purpose of this agenda item. It seems to be intended to allow the police force to pat itself on the back for following recommended practices, and that makes me uncomfortable. This first pillar, building trust and legitimacy, seems, not super genuine right now. Just as an example of why I feel that way. An officer who was present for the Cancer Park eviction of our houseless neighbors called the Human Rights Violations Report from the county's Human Rights Commission garbage, like verbatim, that's the word he used. This was an independent report on police activity, and as well as, the white supremacist history of Sonoma County, but specifically focusing on the George Floyd protests and people of color killed in this county. Something I find troubling is that there has been consistent hostility from SRPD against criticisms of both their response to protests and their general activity. It concerns me greatly that there's been so much pushback and so little accountability. It doesn't really seem trustworthy or legitimate. This officer and Chief Navarro have both publicly expressed concerns about this report being put together without consultation from SRPD, which makes me think this is a common view within the force. I know I'm not the only one in the community who doesn't see that as trustworthy action. I'm also concerned at the lack of focus in this overview of policy on community safety. There's officer wellness and safety, but there's no community wellness and safety. In regard to local protests, multiple people have driven into crowds of protesters and people have been injured by those cars. Another man on July 31st pulled a knife on protesters and tried to, take somebody's camera away. SRPD has consistently misrepresented these acts of attempted murder. How can we build trust and recognize legitimacy of a police force that allows people expressing their desire for a better world to be brutalized, both by its officers at the beginning of the protests and then by members of the public? I guess I'm just not clear on what we're supposed to gain from this component of the presentation today, because it doesn't seem like any action has been taken since putting this subcommittee together in regard to these pillars. But anyway, thank you for your time. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. The next public comment will be from Roman, followed by Joe Bell. Roman, I've unmuted your microphone. Can you please confirm you can see the timer on your screen?
I see it.
Thank you. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
Hi, Roman here. I just want to applaud Charlotte. You really read my mind. I'm really not sure what this item is for, besides Chief Navarro's 2-slide presentation, patting himself on the back for adhering to what are really just common sense standards for any organization. And what's becoming apparent to me is the protocol is so soft coming down from the state, which is really the only time our police force ever makes a move is when somebody higher up tells them that they should. They find one policy in their manual that loosely adheres to whatever pillar they're talking about. And then they can check that box and it's all good. Building trust and legitimacy, all done. And I don't know. It's so infuriating how stupid all of this is right now. To address the SROs, and I'm sorry I'm coupling the last item with this one, but we've all learned a lot by testimony, and it's undeniable that even if security was the first mission, they face some existential crisis and we're like, what the hell are we here for? Besides saving students from the kids smoking weed under the bleachers. And then they adopted a mentoring capacity and a counseling capacity, like legitimate jobs on the campus without the education requirements to perform that job. That speaks to the crisis intervention. They don't have the expertise in that area, but they get to do it for some reason. It's becoming more apparent that if you want to skip the proper training and education and the student loans in a field, but you still want to work in that field, you just become a cop. Because they pretty much reach their tentacles into every public service offered. I would say that's local government's fault, that transition, and that reallocation of funds to public services into the police department because they didn't want to deal with it anymore. I'm not blaming the cops for the position they're in, but it's just not working. And it shouldn't have been like this in the first place. And one more thing I'm realizing is the expertise on these issues. When presentations like this occur, it's more like a cheerleader is talking about how good something is, like Chief Navarro is talking about how good the police department is. And there's no alternative message. We really need consultants to come in here with expertise on the subject, like the school to prison pipeline, to address what Navarro is saying. There needs to be polarizing commentary on these issues. It's just a cheerleader fucking event. This whole item is so fucking dumb. God damn.
The next public comment will be from Joe Bell. Joe Bell, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Can you please unmute your microphone and confirm you can see the timer on your screen?
I have unmuted my microphone. I just have a simple question that I hope I can get an answer.
I believe you have already made a public comment under item 4.4.
I just want to know if Chief Navarro is still on the call, if somebody could confirm that for me. Hello, can somebody confirm that he's still on the call?
Yes, he is on the screen. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
This is not a time for back and forth, but we appreciate your
That's
question.
all I wanted to know. Thank you.
Thank you. The next public comment will be from Scott. Scott, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Can you please unmute your microphone and confirm you can see the timer on your screen?
I can indeed.
Thank you. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
Hi, it's Scott again. I'm going to try and get through these pillars one by one. There wasn't much of an update here, so I guess this will be kind of quick. Number one, building trust and legitimacy. Your idea of building this is through disingenuous photo ops, as people have pointed out, and putting police officers in schools. The community's already been very vocal about the effectiveness of this. Number two, policy and oversight. Again, the community has done the work for you here, suggesting ways that oversight could be implemented that would build trust among the community. Number three, technology and social media. You know, I'm actually going to skip that one. Number four, community policing and crime reduction. You know, my update here, really, my answer here every time is going to be the community has already been very vocal about how you're doing in all of these areas. In case you haven't been listening, the answer is you have a lot of work to do. The fact that you have so little to update here shows just how overfunded the police department is. Until this item can provide a real update that includes obvious support from the community and oversight committees and doesn't show abject failure for the amount of resources and support the department receives, the department will still receive defunding calls from the public. I yield my time.
Thank you. Again, if you've already made a public comment on item 4.4, please lower your hand. There is not an opportunity for a second comment.
Madam Zoom host, does that conclude our live public comment?
We do have one hand raised, but it is by a similarly named person. I'm just going to confirm that it is a different Julia. One moment.
Thank you.
Julia, I've enabled your talk permissions. Can you please?
Hi. I don't believe I talked on 4.4, no.
Okay. Can you see the timer on your screen?
Yeah.
Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
This is Julia again. Hello. I agree that this presentation seems like a big sham and honestly a waste of time, but I will take this time to just talk about, in terms of PR, Chief Navarro, there are so many things you could be doing right now to at least help the wrongs that have been done to our community. For instance, I want to highlight the Nicole Jordan's case, who was a protester for the George Floyd protest. Navarro, I'm calling on you to hold the officers accountable. We have video footage, it's on the internet, of Miss Jordan being taken down violently by your police officers. Find out which police officers did this and fire them, or punish them, but really fire them, because it is violent. She is one of the many protesters that had human rights violations committed against her that night. And multiple officers took her to the ground, and they ripped her legs out from under her, and they violently arrested her. And I want to highlight the person who spoke, defund the police. Listen to these stories. Listen to all these stories pouring in, right? Like, just like defund the police, Nicole Jordan was battered, harassed by your police officers, and she is made to face crime. She said that she's violating probation and breaking curfew, right? So she was charged when your officers assaulted peaceful protesters. I yield my time.
Okay, Vice Mayor, that concludes the live public comment.
Great. And I'm just going to interject here for the listening public, for folks who are waiting to hear the item 4.5 titled Transparency. Due to issues around quorum, we will have to delay that item to our next meeting, and we will be concluding this meeting of the Public Safety Subcommittee after item 4.4. Thank you.
Okay, we'll resume. I'll play the voice message public comment.
My name is Nicole Pierce, and I was calling regarding agenda item 4.4, 21st Century Policing and Legislative Update. And I was just calling in support of our police department in Santa Rosa. I do not support defunding our police department. Thank you for your time.
Now we'll move on to the reading of the email public comments received on item 4.4.
Thank you. I support SRPD. The men and women of SRPD have made Santa Rosa a safe place to live. Please let them continue to enforce the law in the impartial, fair manner it is intended. Do not defund the police. Continue to provide them with the equipment they need to protect us. Our SRPD has served on the front lines responding to all emergencies from raging fires to missing persons to COVID-19 and more. We, the citizens of Santa Rosa, need them to continue to serve our community with our full support. I have both respect and gratitude for these men and women. Thank you, Deanna Holzefall. Just wanted to take a minute to share my thoughts for public comment regarding defunding police. I have had multiple interactions with police officers in this town and can only say positive things. More than once, I have witnessed police go above and beyond in what has increasingly become a dangerous and thankless job. Of late, I see shoulders slumped and hear that police are becoming discouraged. That being said, they are working harder in more dangerous conditions than many of us will ever experience. We were outside a Starbucks the other day and my son waved at a policeman and yelled, "Thank you." The policeman came over and said it's been a long time since he's seen a friendly wave. No smile, we were all masked up. That broke my heart. It's often police who do the jobs that no one wants to do. To do it and have the entire town complaining around must be disheartening. Though we may not be the loudest voice right now, know that we appreciate and are so thankful for the 1,000 small acts of kindness that make up a police force, for the tracking down of stolen bikes, help with credit card fraud, teaching my son the importance of wearing a helmet, for being a safe person my children can turn to at any given time. Police Department, I support you 100%. Catherine Larson. I am writing this comment to express my support for SRPD. I personally know several members of the SRPD and their commitment to our community is unparalleled. During the past few years, they have worked around the clock for weeks on end as first responders assisting with catastrophic wildfires and more recently the COVID-19 pandemic. They are the first to put themselves in harm's way in order to benefit the greater good. I absolutely recognize that police violence and institutional racism is a critical issue facing our society. I believe that the solution lies in continuing to support our law enforcement officers with robust de-escalation training, integration with local social service supports, such as services for those experiencing homelessness, etc., emotional support services for our officers who are continually exposed to trauma. For those few officers who do act outside of the law and are violent towards civilians, then swift discipline and legal action should be taken. Yet the vast majority of our officers joined the police service in order to help keep our communities safe and secure. These men and women deserve our gratitude and support. We should not be defunding them. We should be integrating more support services into their domain in order to help them do their job in a way that is safe and beneficial to all. Amy Famini. I'm a Santa Rosa resident and I'm emailing to show my support for the Santa Rosa Police Department. Defunding or reducing funds for the police department would harm our community and would impact valuable police-related programs that our city needs, create less follow-up on crime, and longer response times for community members in need of assistance. I've had multiple positive interactions with SRPD officers, most recently being after a car accident in which the officer was extremely helpful in making sure my daughter and I were physically okay, as well as ensuring we had all the necessary information from the other driver. Defunding the police is not the answer and would be a detriment to our community in Santa Rosa. Thank you, Amy Newton. My name is Gavin Newton, and I'm a 13-year-old resident of Santa Rosa. I am writing to show my support of the Santa Rosa Police Department. Minimizing funding to SRPD would cause crime in our community to increase, as well as reduce opportunities for positive interactions between SRPD officers and community members. In the past, I have seen SRPD officers at my school, and they have always been approachable and willing to help if anyone needs it. I think that defunding the police is not the solution. Thank you, Gavin Newton. I am not supportive of calls to defund our police force. I also anticipate that there are and always will be ways to improve the service that they provide. I support our new chief and the work that is happening. I am concerned with the potential reductions in funding, that this will lead to fewer officers on patrol and a degradation in our safety as citizens. Thank you for the opportunity to express my views. Richard Ogg. That concludes public comment.
Thank you very much. Item 5, future agenda items. Do we have anything, Mr. Sawyer, that you'd like to add to next agenda?
No, I think the transparency issue is going to, if we start out with that, sure between now and our next meeting, there will be other issues, but I don't know what the mayor and staff have in queue for discussions. It's beyond my knowledge.
Yeah, I'm with you that obviously item 4.5 transparency will come back, and that we can send items to staff as we hear from the public and move forward. So with that, I'm going to adjourn today's meeting of the Public Safety Subcommittee, and we will see you all again in the future. Take care. And thank you, everyone, especially to the translators for all your hard work today.
Yes.
Sean, did that close it?